How do you do it? How did you get on before me? I was right here. I'm glad to be here, and I'm very glad to see you, Levi.
Same here as well, Phyllis. It's another beautiful Shabbat.
I beat Phil last night, and I beat him today. What's up with Phil? He's being nice, isn't he? We've got a beautiful Shabbat also. I don't know if you can see out there, but sunshine and beautiful. No, there's blue jay out there I don't know if you can see him. I'm not looking, but I'm looking at blue jay and the bird feeder. I guess I'll find out tomorrow or later if it got. Could you see the blue jay?
No, I couldn't see it, but it looks like it's a beautiful morning there.
It is. I sit here and look out and watch my birds. Hi, Josh. Levi beat me.
Hey, Phyllis, how are you? What's going on, Levi? Nice to see you, man.
Nice seeing you as well, Josh.
We're on 14 today? 14, 15?
15.
I thought we did 15. Oh.
How's it going, Phyllis? What are you up to?
I'm just hanging in. I'm just happy to be here. This is my favorite time.
I know, me too. I like it. I look forward to it.
Yep, I think you're right. I think it's 15. That's right. I already read it. It's the Natsarim chapter, and I did a video.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm.
I did a video on it and sent it to Mark to prove that I did my homework.
Well, Mark had a good lead into what we're studying today last night, and who are the Natsarim. And
yes.
Yeah, I got, after last week, I got pretty sick.
Whoa.
Yeah, really sick, but luckily I had some meds on hand that I saved from the last time, and so all I got is residual kind of sniffles now, but I don't know if it's a new variant of COVID or what it was, but it was bad.
Mm. Oh, yeah, I remember Lou was showing you the black seed oil last week, yeah.
Yeah,
I ordered some.
Did you?
Yep.
Yeah, I ended up having, I had some medication, some hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin from a few months ago, but that stuff works wonders if you guys think you ever have COVID, man. But it is prescription needed, so I ended up getting it online, but do so at your own risk in that case.
So Phil's decided to get his pointy head out of his pajamas and join us, huh?
Very funny. Why do you think I have the camera off? No, I'm just joking.
Does anybody remember that line from James Bond?
No, but that sounds like a James Bond one.
What?
Well, what happened is I tried to get on early to no avail, and then I all of a sudden fell asleep. And yeah, I woke up, it was 11:05. I go, I know she's on there already. It's a conspiracy. Yep. Anyway, here I am.
But you know who beat me?
Who?
Sandra.
Sandra's always quiet, though. She's not even on here. Where is she?
I saw her name on the...
Yeah, no, I know. She
is. She's listening.
That homework assignment. What did he say? Read 15 or something? Or what was I can't remember.
Yeah. He thought it would be a good idea to have it read. But you got time to read it real quick, Josh. I hear somebody's TV. Oh, Yummy and Ro are here.
That was my TV. I'll confess.
Oh,
I watch Andy Griffith.
oh, I love Andy Griffith.
It's so awesome. Yeah. So
Too bad Ted's mom wasn't here to use the spoon on you, right, Raul?
yeah. Thanks a lot.
I'll tell on you.
Yeah, I know. For sure. What's Lou being so quiet for?
Well, today's a Dan day.
Oh, is it?
So I hope he's getting my coffee. I asked him to do it some time ago. If he's paying attention, he'll be getting.
Yeah, I got Michelle's rice, Uncle Ben's rice done, so I don't have to go do that. Not that I have to. I like to do it, of course, but I'm just saying. She's got gluten allergies, so we don't have any gluten-free pancake mix, so I had to make the rice instead.
You didn't make me any.
No.
Very good, Sandra. I like that.
There's an echo, and it's not mine. I heard that. I heard it twice.
Hey, Sandra, you can do it. You're already pretty good at it, Sandra. Honestly, I wish Sandra would come on a little bit more often, to be honest with you.
I heard that. I agree. Sandra, we want to see you. Me and Mom. Oh, Mom, are you by yourself?
Well, Tad's got something going on. He wasn't sure if it was COVID coming back or just what, but we've been masked up here. Yeah, he's in his bedroom, which is right there, and then I'm at the computer here, so that he's trying to stay away from me so I don't get whatever it is he has. But
Well,
I've been feeling fine.
if we can get Yami on, we'll have some female presence. You and me and Yami.
Yes.
What's Yami doing?
She still has residuals. 'Cause
Oh,
she got it after I did.
oh, okay. Oh, that's right. I
Man,
remember.
literally everybody I know is getting sick right now. Everybody. And then I come on here, and then there's 3 or 4 of us that have gotten. I just got over being sick.
You,
But,
you know, in the past they would
yeah,
just
but-
say it was the flu.
It's
I
probably
gotta be
still
honest,
the
man. I
flu.
think, yeah, I don't know. If it's the flu, it's a lot stronger than what it used to be. I used to get flu and it not bother me so much, but lately it's been pretty hardcore for me. I'm not used to that.
I think my coffee's coming.
Oh yeah, I heard you.
Yeah.
I heard you asking for it.
Here comes my coffee.
There it is. And I
Hey.
know how messy you are, so I brought you a napkin.
Thank you. You didn't have to say that out loud.
Oh,
I heard that. You got a lot of napkins laying in front of you, or what?
yeah,
Lou's got to go to Costco to get more paper towels, does he?
yeah. I have
knew
a
it.
back pocket too.
Actually, we just came back from Sam's with a load of paper towels.
Yeah, I have a special pocket just for Philip.
Yeah, he keeps them in his pocket for me.
Well, a gentleman always has a hanky in his pocket for his wife.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I must
There
be.
you go.
Mm-hmm.
Mom's got hers.
That's
Lou, you're
awesome.
going to share something with
So
us?
will you keep them in the front pocket or the back pocket?
My left back pocket. Yeah.
You gentlemen take notes.
Mhm. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. It's
Well, today we're talking about the Natsarim chapter.
this is
And
Yahukanon chapter 15.
yeah.
Yeah. I love it. Yeah. And he opens right up with it.
I know they were just commenting that what Mark talked about last night was absolutely right in line with the Natsarim. I wonder if that was on purpose.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Mark did a wonderful job last night. You know, not that I'm proud of the fact that there was one of us that happens to be getting too much attention, like, but I'm not that guy. I'm just an empty shell, a servant. But he did a wonderful job on the topic because the people that think they know about the Natsarim, they don't know about them at all. They need to learn. Yeah. They'll turn into one.
I could tell Mark was feeling pretty steamed up too.
Oh, yeah.
It's awful for being accused of something you're not.
I know. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we hope they calm down and not be so hateful. But, you know, they're instilled with a hatred for people who are obedient. And it's slow, and it starts when they're young. And as people get older, as Christians, whatever denomination, they just have this, I don't know, just sort of a venomous hatred for people that obey commandments.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Mm-hmm. There's rainbows here.
Oh.
They envy the people that follow the commandments.
And I think somewhere in the scriptures it says he will bring up a people to make you jealous. He's talking to his people. The idea is he's going to bring another people in to make his original people jealous.
Yeah.
People that were not his people.
But they're all going to be his people. I mean, he's sown us among the nations, just like Mark was discussing last night. He sowed us so richly into all the nations and the islands of the sea, and everywhere, in every place, there's the seed of Abraham. And Ephraim is the one he's calling to. And our curse has been lifted as of 2008, and people are learning about the truth, and that's wonderful. It's right there in the scriptures. We aren't making this up, you know. Yeah.
Well, and you can see this happening in real time, and you know, it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and that's exactly what he said would happen, you know, and people would wake up and come to. So,
Yeah,
this is the awakening.
yeah. I'm having coffee to wake up even more.
it just I've just been reading over this 15 while we've been chit chatting, and it's just I'm in awe of Yahusha's words, you know, and the way he speaks and what he's saying. It's really something to behold, you know. And I'm surprised it took me so long to realize that, you know. I'm glad I did.
Oh, what's that?
I don't know.
The Blue Man Group or something.
You got something planned? They're hearing it on there.
I don't have anything.
Yeah. It sounds like a didgeridoo.
I'll turn off my mic. I know it's not a.
It's got to be Phil, right?
No, it isn't. I don't have anything on. The bird's not saying a word, but whoever just shut their mic off now, it's not on there anymore, and that would be Phyllis.
It was Tad. Because Tad's in the other room.
Oh,
right
he's in there.
I haven't done anything.
What's that? Boop, boop, boop. Oh. He said he hadn't done anything that's making that sound. He's hearing it too.
Back on. No, not my mic. This is crazy.
Are you still hearing it? I don't hear it anymore.
No, I don't hear it anymore.
It sounded like feedback.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah, impedance. Yeah.
Yeah.
Raul, what did Yami have that she was ill?
Well, I started with a cold, and since her and I share everything, I gave it to her.
Oh, thank you. Did she tell you thank you?
So now she's just, it's just a residual, you know, that you still have that stuffy head and stuff like that. So,
Karen.
but she's fine.
Good.
She's in the other room listening.
That's kind of the way we are. We're trying to not give each other this whatever it is. Yeah, in fact, on a little news thing on my iPhone, it was talking about how many people have had this effect long after they've had COVID, and that they have this runny nose and coughing and all that sort of stuff. And that's what Tad seems to have. He says it feels kind of like just a cold, but that it really gets a lot of phlegm in his throat, and he's not had that before. So we're thinking it's either residual or something else going on.
I didn't even notice that I had anything really until I went to a doctor for they're wanting me to get a CPAP machine, and when I went to the doctor, they took my temperature and they go, "Hey, you have a low grade temperature," and I go, "Oh, I didn't know. First news." So then after that day, I kept taking my temperature, and then the other symptoms came in afterwards.
Yeah.
Hey,
Not to,
Sharon.
not to change the subject, has anybody talked to Toria? Has anybody heard anything?
No.
Okay, I just wondered. I didn't know what was going on. So,
Sharon, is this you that want to know? You want to know
Yes,
what a parakeet?
Yes.
Let's consult the etymologist.
Okay. Lou, what is a parakeeta?
It's a word that I think originated in Persian, but it actually went into Greek, and it goes to the para part. The para part of it means to come up alongside, like parallel. You know, it comes up alongside. Well, it's a reference to the Ruach HaKodesh, who enables you to have the gifts and the will, and he helps you. And he's called the helper because he comes up alongside and helps you. But he's more than just a helper. He inhabits, and he gives us the viewpoint of the perspective of what is really what his will is for us. And we see it better. But the Paraclete is a reference to the gift of the Ruach HaKodesh. That's what it is. It's not Parakita. It's Paraclete.
Parakeeta.
Paraclete. Okay.
Yeah, you can find out more about it online, but it's going to be from probably a more Christian perspective most of the time, because that's the first thing you blunder into is a Christian person that thinks they have the Paraclete, but they can't have the Paraclete because they don't obey the Paraclete. It's the Ruach HaKodesh. I talked to a chaplain last night, and I invited him to come to watch these and maybe participate. And he's a chaplain in a prison, and he's very experienced, and he's very concerned about the fact that his people, in the seminary, told him that 15 to 20 years after he graduates from the seminary, he's going to question everything. And now that he is questioning everything, because that prophecy has come true, he's questioning everything. And somehow he found who the Natsarim are. And this is changing his whole perspective. And that's because the Paraclete is guiding him into all truth. And he realized that the seminary people and the circus fathers were all really, they weren't followers of Yahusha, but they were, philosophers, and they had a lot of wisdom, like the Epicureans and the Stoics. They've got a lot of really interesting slogans and things. And Zeno was one of the founders, and Socrates, and Aristotle, all these big heads that you hear about. But you have to, in order to have the Paraclete, the Ruach HaKodesh, you have to obey commandments, and you take that first step when you immerse. And you don't need help; you just need to go to Him and talk to Him and say, "I've broken your commandments. I want to obey them. Please help me." And that Paraclete is the indwelling spirit of Yahusha. See, the Christians, they don't even know who the Holy Spirit is. That Paraclete, they don't know that it's Yahusha. They think it's a third person, some kind, and they call it an it.
Yeah.
They call it it. And it's a he. It's him.
Hey, Ted.
Hey.
I looked that word up. Sorry, I looked that word up, and it came up with a bunch of bug repellents. That's what it came up with, bug repellent. Like you put it on your arm and a little wrist thing. And I tried putting it Paraclete in meaning in Hebrew to English. Same thing came up, bug repellent. I was like, really? So I had to ask. I'm just a very curious person. When I see it, I'm like, and so I looked. I looked in the back of your book. I looked in your dictionary. I couldn't find it anywhere.
Yeah.
So I had to ask. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The one thing I wanted to express to you all, I've gone through 5 months of being in bed with that C virus way back in 2019 to 20, and then I had it again for 5 weeks in 21. What I came across with I saved a bunch of money, because they don't take insurance. I went to a functional medical doctor, and she told me about that NAC, N-A-C, natal L-cysteine, which actually helps your lungs, your lip. I mean, you would not believe. So check it out. I mean, it helps everything, which I have a lot of issues with. But when you put NAC together with C and zinc and D3 and K2, you take K2, it delivers the calcium to your joints. So you got these. Did I get them all? I think I did. Or you can take that one called quercetin, which has zinc in it. So the thing is that when you take all those, they keep that phlegm from gathering in your system. And the one other thing I noticed, I was listening to Dr. Peter Osborne, who's awesome. He said, and I started taking 2,400 milligrams of NAC because I have leftover residue. My lungs were not able to get deep enough to pull that up. So I took it for 3 days, and all of a sudden it was just sliding out. Okay. I mean, I don't want to be gross, but it's sliding out. But you only do that for 1 month. Okay. And then, so the NAC, the AMA have known about NAC for a long, long time. Okay. But I just wanted to pass that on to my family, because you're the only ones that listen to Yahusha. You're the only ones that love him so much. And as I go out, walk along my way, I'm just praising Yah, and I'm helping other people to realize who they are. And our Father wants them to come back to him. But it's so fun to watch people go, I've never heard that before. So it's yeah. Anyway, I love you all.
Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Welcome, Natsarim, to the Natsarim Assembly Scripture Study Group today. And so here's the mystery solved. So the Paraclete is the Messiah and the Ruach HaKodesh, but the Comforter, Paraclete, the Ruach HaKodesh, whom my Father will send in my name, will teach you everything and remind you, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so and here is another one by the Torah Institute, seeing who is the Paraclete. The Paraclete remains a mystery to many people. It's long, about an hour, but loaded with scripture on how we. And here's a Paraclete, the Ruach HaKodesh. And so, what's the deal on this? Well, if you misspell the word and you forget to put an L in there, guess what happens?
Did I miss it? I took it right out of the.
It is a mosquito repellent. If you leave the L on, in a way, it makes sense because demons are bugging us, so they're bugs, so they repel the demons.
Yeah.
I just thought we'd need a little bit of humor this morning. That's all. This afternoon.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hey, Lou, I have a question. You haven't really posted any videos in a few weeks. Is everything okay with you, or?
Well, we've had a lot of medical things going on because we had all of our eyes done. That was the beginning of a lot of things, and then we had to go to a lot of medical things, and we're going to be going through a lot of that still.
Yeah, we've got a lung doctor involved now.
Yeah, there's a lung doctor involved.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, there's a cluster of what they call nodes that are growing, and they suspect that it's related to the other 3 cancer deals. But they've got new things going on. So the immuno system is
immunotherapy.
Some kind of a new therapy that they've got. We don't want it to go to the brain, and that's where it goes from the lungs. It usually goes right to the brain.
Yeah.
And then you're not far away from saying bye-bye. But we want to stop that. So we're going to work on that.
And before anybody condemns me for going to a doctor when we have Yahusha, the doctor said if I just ignored this, it would just be painful.
It would be a painful
I have to do something to stop the pain.
So that's what's really been going on. And I'm sorry I haven't been making as many videos, but I'm still working for Yahusha in the background in many other ways.
What are you going to do today?
I'm going to do something with Dan, Yahuwah willing. I'm going to be talking to Dan for hours today, and then we'll see what happens.
What's the subject going to be?
It's going to be on the new track. We're putting up a new PDF, excuse me. And it's entitled The Purpose of Ministry. If you ask somebody, I talked to the chaplain about it last night. What is the purpose of ministry? And most chaplains and pastors wouldn't know, but they'll tell you the usual answer. Well, we have to spread the gospel, but they don't know what the
Basora is.
They don't know what it is. So, and it usually involves money, and
for them.
Mark was talking about that last night. Give me lots of money so we can spread this good news. Anyway, the purpose of ministry is the title of the new PDF, and I think Dan and I are going to discuss this in the video.
Thanks for asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, when we're supporting Yahuwah's work and we contribute money to the poor or to ministries that do Yahuwah's work, there's nothing wrong with that. But when we contribute money weekly, week in, week out, and it's going into somebody's pocket to buy expensive airplanes and cars and jewelry and $10,000 suits, there's a problems with that.
We
So
we
there's a big difference.
we send out books to people who ask that say they can't afford. I'm not bragging about us,
Oh, no.
but I'm saying
We
people
don't.
give us money and we pass that on to
Right.
people that need help and to do videos. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. But unfortunately, it's a gray area and people get the two mixed up. So there's a good reason for tithing or contributing, and there's a bad way to be operating tithes as well. And we see that in a lot of the circuses. So, I mean, matter of fact, they fight like cats and dogs, and everybody else goes home. Who gets the most money from the collection plate?
I know.
So yeah, don't be misled. There is times where we do need to invest money into Yahuwah's kingdom, and you can't outgive Yahuwah, for sure. You just can't.
Isn't that in Yehuda chapter 1 verse 4 where it says that they turned favor of Yahuwah into indecency? Is that kind of like connected with the money and stuff? Indecency?
I believe so.
Yeah. And also 2 Peter chapter 2 also talks about the condemnation of the false teachers.
Okay. I guess we might as well get started. It's 11:35. We are on Yahukanon chapter 15 today.
Mark, are
Yeah.
you gonna put your picture up? Your
Again,
face?
playing Picky-Boo again today.
Yeah.
All right. If you
Come on,
insist.
let us see it. Let us see the Picky-Boo.
Picky-Boo. Picky-Boo. Picky-Boo.
Who's going to pass their homework into Phil?
Oh, yeah, everybody, if you have your homework done, pass it over to Phil. I guess Phil has a test for us all after today's study. So make sure you got your pen and paper ready to take the test. And just so everybody knows, Phyllis already did her homework and she showed it to me, and I gave her an A+, but I told her we'd have to put it through the quiz here and see what he gives her. I gave her an A+. I don't know what Phil's going to give her, but she did a little video and about pruning and being a gardener and pruning and getting more fruit and more things to grow. And it was just a cute little video. If you haven't seen it, y'all need to go over there and watch it. Yeah, she did a great job. I hope everybody read the chapter beforehand. That was our homework from last week. We're all supposed to read chapter 15, which has been titled the Natsarim chapter for a good reason, and we'll all see that today as we get studying through this. And anybody that was on last night saw a precursor to the study today. And it was not something that magically happened. I did plan that this time. Usually I don't. Most of the time it just coincides on its own. But I did plan that last night, so it's nothing. It's not a miracle or anything that happened. But it was sort of weird because as I was searching and doing studies and stuff like that, I just happened to type in into the search engine, who are the Natsarim, and then that popped up right off the top on the search engine, and the name of that site was Got Questions, and it came up and it gave a description of us, of the Natsarim, which was like totally way off base. It didn't represent us very well. Let's just say it that way. So if you didn't get to watch that last night, make sure you go and watch it. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Well, Ted had his hand up first, but I just want to say maybe it was the Paraclete.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ted.
Do we have to go to detention if we didn't do our homework?
I don't know. I'm not sure what the punishment is. We'll have to wait and see what the quizzer says.
There
Maybe
has been some insubordination with the pupils in the classroom. However, I am controlled and restrained by the Ruach HaKodesh to be kind and love thy student as well as thy neighbor.
I suppose we could always assign them more homework, right? That could be the penalty. Yeah, we could get mom whacking them with the spoon on their knuckles. All righty. This is an amazing chapter. Who'd like to read it? Phil, go ahead.
Yeah, I can start. Phyllis, be on deck. All right. Chapter 15. I am the true vine, and my Father is the gardener. Every branch in me that bears no fruit, he takes away.
Hey, stop. What does that mean? I am the vine. I am the true vine. What does that mean? Is there a false vine? Why is he saying he's the true vine? Why is he describing himself as the true vine here? And my Father is the gardener. What's up with that, somebody?
There's only one way to the Father, and it's through Yahusha. There is a counterfeit. The counterfeit is mimicking Yahusha in the opposite direction.
Oh, that's good stuff, man. So do you think that the counterfeit is so deceiving that people could easily mistaken the counterfeit for the true vine? I mean, is it that close of a duplication there? You think it's that close?
For those who have not been called from Yahusha to learn the Father's name, yes.
Okay.
I think the name is the linchpin of everything.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So those that do not know the true name and they're perhaps anticipating the program name to come will be fooled by this close duplication of the true vine. Is that what we're saying? What would the counterfeit name be? The program name?
J-Man.
Okay. Possibly could be the J-Man.
G-O-D.
Could be G-O-D. And that is a name, by the way. Okay. L-O-R-D is not, but G-O-D is. It was the name of the Teutonic tribes, mighty one. That's what they called him. And it could be spelled G-O-D or G-A-D or G-O-T-T, but that was an actual name. And so when you call him G-O-D, you're calling him a pagan name. Same as the J-Man, same thing. It's a pagan name.
Short for Godreel.
Anybody else got anything to add to that or questions? Okay, so the true vine would be the Messiah, right? Not the anti-Messiah. He would be the false vine. Is that what we're saying here? You think that's why Yahusha said that? Okay, and my Father is the gardener. What's that mean?
He tests each of us, prunes back things that we need pruning on to direct our path directly toward him, and not any veering off the path. Takes away the weeds in our lives.
So the gardener's the one that cultivates, prunes. What else does a gardener do? Go ahead, Phyllis.
Well, Yahusha puts people in our lives and he takes people out of our lives. So that would be like fertilizing and removing the weeds.
Also, I've read a little bit of, just now about chapter 15, and he says that when we are truly, in the Word, then we bear fruit because we abide in Him. So basically, I would say that that's the true vine, and the false vine is the traditions and falsehood of men, because they don't abide in Yahusha, but they abide in men.
Oh, yeah, Draz, traditions of men. That's nobody said that yet.
Yeah.
He waters, and he's a cultivator and nutrients to the soil. Yeah.
So I am the true vine and my Father is the gardener. Sounds like a family business to me.
In most gardens, don't all the plants that are in there rely on the gardener for life? He does everything for them. He is everything, just as Yahuwah is for us. If the plants didn't have him, to prune, and they would wither away. Too much heat or too much water or whatever.
Okay. Anybody else got any further comments on that? Let's continue on, Phil.
The gardener plants the seed.
Yeah.
I'll back up to verse 2 because we were in the middle of it. Every branch in me that bears no fruit, he takes away. And every branch that bears fruit, he prunes so that it bears more fruit.
Okay, stop. All right. So every branch in me that bears no fruit, he takes away. And every branch that bears fruit, he prunes so that it bears more fruit. Okay, so if a branch is basically dead, it's not bearing any fruit, is it productive to snap that branch off and toss it? Why? What
Because
happened?
then it gives the nutrients to the other branches.
Okay, so the other branches become more healthy and produce more fruit, right? By getting rid of the dead branch, correct? Okay, and so that it bears more. Every branch that bears fruit, he prunes so that it bears more fruit. So what does that mean? Every branch that bears fruit, he prunes it. What's that mean? What's pruning mean?
Probably in his case, tests us so we come back stronger from things we need to work out within us.
In order for us to do what?
To bear more fruit, to be stronger, to be a better witness, a better example.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Philip.
Also,
when he tests us, it's not for him to find out how much we can stand, but for us to realize what we can actually go through and survive with, dependent upon him. And it also gives us a chance to realize what's important in your life and what's not, because when you're faced with death, sometimes you just kind of rethink what's important.
And you need to have stumbling blocks in your life. I think he puts stumbling blocks in front of us because, and a lot of times we need to fall on our faces and get back up and learn from that, which is, I feel, is also another form of pruning, making us stronger, receiving more nutrition from him.
I think I'm gonna let that go. Okay, so and every branch that bears fruit, he prunes. What does that mean? What is pruning? When a gardener prunes a plant, what does he do? Raul?
He cuts it. He cuts it off.
Levi?
He takes it away. He cuts it back. He takes it off, thins it out.
Phyllis?
He removes the non-productive parts. If he looks, we're talking about a branch. He's not going to remove our whole branch. He's going to cut off the dead leaves and the stuff that's rotten in our life.
What plant or tree do you suppose that this is talking about? What do you think the object of attention is here? Raul?
Us. It's talking about us.
Yeah, spiritually, but I'm saying literally, what type of plant is this talking about?
Olive tree or grapevine.
Yeah. Anybody else got thoughts on that?
Oh, grapevine wineries, they prune the little branches off of the vine that bore fruit last year so they can bear fruit. I didn't pick up on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is a vineyard. This is speaking of grapes. Have you ever seen a real large vineyard before? Okay, so after the harvest season and everything, and the time spring comes, what's the vineyard? What have they done to that vineyard? Go ahead, Ro.
They prune it back so in springtime it grows back out again. There's a lot of trees that you need to prune right before winter in order for springtime to blossom again.
Mm. Yeah, it's almost like they remove almost all the branches seem to have been removed. It's just nothing but vine is all you really see. It's like real thinned out. Go ahead, Sharon.
I noticed when we pruned back our grapevines, you were actually sending the sap or the nutrients back down once you take off the dead, because it's just going to die and hang. So you cut it all the way so that when it comes in the spring, the sap or the nutrients come up and supply the plant with its needs.
Mm-hmm. So then the purpose of the vine is to send life to the branches. Go ahead, Raul.
Something just came to mind when we're talking about this. It was like in Nebuchadnezzar when they cut the tree down all the way to the root. So then when he would come back, when he finally admitted that Yahuwah was the greatest and above him, then it grew back up again.
It had, I'm sorry. It went down to a stump, and it had like little saplings coming up from the stump. So it really didn't, the root did not die. He just produced more, more.
What does it mean when scripture says the axe is already laid at the root? What does that mean? Go ahead, Phyllis.
He's getting ready to cut us off or cut something off.
He's getting ready to cut something off that wasn't very productive, right? And then he gets new growth out of the root, produces new growth.
No,
Ike said it's dead.
What's dead?
he's getting ready to cut.
The root, come on, Ike. The root he's getting ready to cut.
What makes it dead?
Because he's cutting it.
Because there's the roots don't have any nutrition. They don't have any
Well, no, the roots suck up the nutrition.
I know. That's what I'm saying. There's no nutrition to the roots anymore. They're rotted, basically. They're gone.
That'd be a false. Then that would be a bad vine or false vine type thing, you think?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So the whole idea then, when it says, in every branch that bears fruit, he prunes, is taking away the bad parts, and kind of like almost refining something, right? Removing the non-productive or the not so desired parts, right, of that branch. And so the live parts of the branch that are producing, actually doing something, producing fruit, can get more life, receive more nutrition in order to produce more fruit. Right? Is that what he does to us? Sure, he does. If we're constantly being refined, right? Or pruned, if you want to call it that, so that it bears more fruit. That's the whole idea behind it. So if we have things in our life that what's going on in our life, or we're doing, or whatever, that's counterproductive to the reign of Yahuwah, do you suppose he would clean that out of us or prune us of those things so that we could do what? Be a better, more pious person? Put on shiny shoes and a $3,000 suit and shave? Make us more pious? No. The whole purpose is to produce more fruit. Why? Because you have to. If you don't produce fruit, he's going to snap you off and bundle you up and throw you in the fire, because you now you're a worthless branch or a worthless servant. You see it? Go ahead, Josh.
Oh no, we can go ahead. We're good. I was going to say something, but you said it.
Curiosity's killing the cat now. Oh, I said it.
Oh no, I think that I was just going to say, like, we all have. No, you know what? Never mind. I'm good. Go ahead.
Okay. Anything, comments, or anything? Questions here at this point? Let's go, Phil.
Chapter 15, verse 3. You are already clean because of the word which I have spoken to you.
What does that mean? Stop right there. What does that mean? Where did that come from? You are already clean because of the word which I have spoken to you. Raul?
I think he's saying that he's already prepared them to go out and produce fruit, that he already cleaned them up for them to be able to go out and produce fruit.
Anybody else? Yeah, so you are already clean because of the word which I have spoken to you. What's he talking about here? I mean, that seems to be off the cuff, doesn't it? Does it even fit in context?
He's got to be talking about the Torah, right? He's teaching the Torah.
What part of it?
I would imagine the commandments, the word, the Debarim.
You're already clean because of the word which I have spoken to you.
And if you're following those commandments and those words, then you're being cleansed. You're cleaning yourself through obedience.
So through his word, we've already been set apart from the world. So now we're clean. Is that what you're saying, Joshua? Anybody else got any thoughts on that?
Yes, following the commandments sets you apart from the world. So you are already clean in his eyes. So therefore, the old man perishes away, and the new person through the Spirit cannot sin anymore because you are clean.
Yeah. Okay. Then, Phil, does his word wash us? Does his word wash us?
Oh, indeed.
Everybody agree with that?
It washes us when we read it. Imagine how it feels to hear him say it personally to you.
Oh yeah, I always envy the his uncle and aunt. You know, after he was resurrected, and they were walking home, and they didn't recognize him. It says that he taught them everything that's in the Torah about himself. You know, so what a lesson they got to hear out of the mouth of the master, man. Wow. Can you imagine? Okay, so kind of seems off the cuff here, but in a way, it's like, you know, have you ever seen a dirty vineyard or garden where there's weeds all in it and mud splashed all over it and there's bugs all over it? It's not a very pleasant sight, is it? But if it's been cleaned up, pruned, upkept, weeded, and stuff like that, it's a very beautiful sight to see a garden that's really well kept. Okay, and so that's probably why that's in there. Although it seems like it's off the cuff, maybe really in reality it's really not, right? It's giving us a nice a vision of a nice, clean, well-kept garden, right? Okay, so go ahead, Phil.
Verse 4. Abide in me, and I in you, as the branch is unable to bear fruit of itself unless it remains in the vine. So neither of you unless you remain in me.
Okay, stop. Okay, so this is interesting, very interesting right here. Abide in me and I in you, as the branch is unable to bear fruit of itself. Okay, so so why can't the branch bear fruit by itself? Number one.
It has no root, and the root is Yahuwah.
Okay. And so then the job of the vine would be to deliver life, right, to the branch. Otherwise, the branch dies. It's the same thing as if you snap the branch off and throw it on the ground. Is it going to produce fruit away from that vine? No, it can't, right? It's going to shrivel up and dry up and die, right? It has to remain onto the vine so it can receive life from the vine or nutrition from the vine in order for it to live itself. Must less produce fruit. It has no chance at all of producing fruit.
So that's being cut off from the vine.
Yeah, being cut off from the vine is nothing. It cannot produce fruit. It cannot even survive on its own. So the whole idea here is to produce much fruit. It's a requirement in order for you to remain attached to the vine and receive life from that vine. The requirement is you must produce fruit. Everybody seeing that? It's a requirement. So we can't just sit there and hide in our little house and let the world turn and hide in there and hide the knowledge of Yahuwah, quench the Ruach, and not try to produce fruit, because you're going to be found to be an unworthy servant, and you will be bound hand and foot and thrown into the outer darkness where there is weeping and gnashing of the teeth. And your fruit must endure. So where it says, as the branch is unable to bear fruit of itself unless it remains in the vine, so neither you unless you remain in me. Is everybody seeing what he's saying there? The example. Go ahead, Phyllis.
There is no life, sustenance, or energy without the root.
Oh.
Also, I think that's a reference to Mark chapter 8, verse 38, where he says, like, for whoever is ashamed of me and my words, the Son of Man shall also be ashamed of him when he comes in the esteem of his Father with the set apart messengers. That's also like the connection there.
Yeah, I mean, it can be an extension off of there. Yeah. Not directly, but yeah, an extension. Yeah. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
because I mean, what I'm trying to say is that when we abide in Him, He won't be ashamed of us at His appearance.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's an extension for sure. Go ahead, Sharon.
One of the things that I keep going back to the fruit is we bear fruit. What does fruit have in it? It has seeds. It's when we bear fruit, the seed is the word. The seed, is so, and if it don't, all these hybrids that are coming out in the food, it has no seeds. So you need seeds. So he's telling us to bear fruit, and his fruit has seeds, which is the word.
Yeah. So if your fruit endures, that would mean that it's passing on the seed to create other growth. Okay. And so this is why your fruit must endure. And we're going to get into that later on here. But go ahead, Phyllis.
I just wanted to thank Sharon for mentioning that because like we talk about the fruit all the time, but like she said, fruit comes with seed, unlike the food we eat today. But the real fruit comes with real seed that can be reused and planted again to produce more fruit to go on. That's great, Sharon.
Mm-hmm.
And that fruit in which we are that fruit, we esteem our Father, and it just multiplies. So cool.
Okay. All right. So, in other words, unless you remain in me, you're unable to bear fruit of yourself. Okay. So you can't detach yourself from the true vine and expect to produce fruit. If you do, what kind of fruit will it be? What type of fruit would it be? It's
Bad fruit.
Yeah, it's either going to be no fruit at all or bad fruit, right? So give me an example of that, somebody. Bad fruit. What would that be?
False doctrine.
Okay, so if it's coming from a false yourself or another false vine, then the fruit is going to be bad fruit, false doctrine, deception, evil, whatever. And so the fruit is going to display these same qualities, right? So we can kind of look at it as, say, a tree or a plant that produces poisonous fruit. If you eat it, you're going to die, right? Is there plants out there in this world that if you eat the fruit of the plant, you will die? Yes, there is. Everybody seeing that connection? All right. Okay, Phil.
Verse 5, I am the vine, you are the branches. He who remains in me and I in him, he bears much fruit. Because without me, you are able to do nothing.
Okay, stop. So this is the heart of the chapter, and this is why I've nicknamed this chapter the Natsarim chapter, because Yahuwah gives us a title here, doesn't he? He calls all of us a branch. He calls himself the vine, and you're the branches. How do you say that in Hebrew, somebody? Anybody know how to say that in Hebrew?
Natsarim.
It's
Go ahead, Ted.
Ani hagafen. Atah hanatsarim.
Okay.
Very nice, Tad. We noticed you using that phrase yesterday.
So very good. And that's exactly what we would have heard coming out of the mouth of the master if we would have been there when he said this. And so it's very interesting that he named us this, the Natsarim. And so therefore, since he called us Natsarim, can this be a made-up religion? Is this any type of sort of a religion? It cannot be, can it? So he called us this for what purpose? Why did he call us that? What was the purpose of this title he gave us?
To set us apart from the religion.
Sort of.
That we're part of the tree, that we're part of the people that need to go around and spread his word and bear fruit. And we're his word in action.
I would say we're kind of like fisher of men.
Go ahead, Ted.
We're part of the way, like you explained last night, the way to, that we're supposed to act and be an example.
Okay, and so those are all good responses, but I'm looking for something just a little bit more specific. Notice here that it says, "He who remains in me and I in him, he bears much fruit." So what's the connection? Why is Yahuwah, did he nickname us branches or Natsarim? Go ahead,
That's
Levi.
because we are his.
It's a relationship.
What type of relationship?
Family.
Okay, we're getting real close now. Go, Ted.
I was just wondering if it had anything to do with him being called the branch.
Yeah, and that's right, man. That's a good train of thought because he was called the branch of righteousness, right? And so now he's calling us the branch. So what does that mean? Okay? Put that all together and just use one single word and tell me what Yahusha's doing here. Ridge Hill Jilly here, pretty much on it. Go ahead, Sharon.
We are pupils.
Go ahead, Raul.
We are his children, direct children.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
We're his emissaries, and he trusts us because he's in us.
Yeah, we're hitting all over it. Go ahead, Joshua.
Unification with him.
We're hitting all over it. Go ahead, Ted.
His heckle.
Okay, I'm not going to. Go ahead, Levi.
It's a oneness.
Bam! He got it. Because it's oneness. We're one with Yahusha. Him in us and us in him. It's oneness. It's like he is in the Father and the Father is in him. We are in him and he is in us. That's why he called us the Natsarim. He's a branch. We're a branch. We're one with him. Without him, it says, and he who remains in me and I in him, he bears much fruit. Does that mean that we, the branches, are bearing the fruit? Who's bearing the fruit? Levi?
Him, Yahuwah.
Him. He's
Yahusha.
the one that bears the fruit through you. Why? Wow. What a compassionate Elohim we serve. Because if without fruit, we can't get in. But he bears fruit through us in order for us to take advantage of his works. he gives us the credit and we get into the rain. How compassionate is he? How loving is he? Go ahead, Tad.
Kind of the same concept as his righteousness is our righteousness.
Exactly. That's the same exact concept. Go ahead, Raul.
It's like we plant the seed and he waters it and he produces the fruit.
The seed's in us, like Sharon was saying. We just got to plant the seed, right? The planter and the water are the same. They get the same reward. It's Yahuwah that provides the growth, right? This is very spiritual, isn't it? Has anybody got any doubts or do not understand how spiritual Yahukanon 15 really is? It's basically straight spiritual insight, isn't it? I wonder how many people read this chapter and come out of it not even a clue of what's being said here. I'd say a lot of people. Okay, if you remain in him and him in you, you bear much fruit, because without me, you are unable to do nothing. What does that mean? Raul?
He controls everything. He chooses who's going to bear fruit, and he chooses everything. Really.
Does that sound like we have free will to you, Raul?
No.
Is this teaching free will?
I don't think so.
Anybody think so? So pretty much Yahuwah chose us in order for him to work through us, through the vine, to produce that fruit. And so therefore we get credit for the production of the fruit, because we can't get in without it. Everybody's seeing that. That's important right there. You got to see that. Anybody not seeing that? Draz, go ahead.
Yeah, I was meant to say that, without him, we are able to do nothing. So that basically means that we have his righteousness and not our own righteousness.
Yeah. So we remain humble and walk with Yahuwah in humility, right? We don't take any of his esteem because we're not doing any of it. If you're all puffed up and you got a big ego and you think you're doing something and you're saving people because you're bringing them into a circus and you're getting them saved because they get baptized into that circus, you're totally fooling yourself. It's Yahusha that's doing everything. Without him, we can do what? Some things, some things, a few things.
Nothing.
We can do nothing. That means zero. You're in the negative. Go ahead, Phil.
When I think in my case, it was the day I was born, man, because my whole life I don't know, it's just had that favor as I look back. So I think he may choose people out of turmoil and out of, total collapse of their lives. But I think he chose you a long time ago. And he puts us each through our own schooling for his specific purpose so that we can reach those specifically whom we are supposed to reach. So each of us has a different testimony, a different fruit, a different flavor or savor or a smell of fruit. And those are the people that are attracted to, are going out and gathering or rescuing the lost Natsarim.
It's amazing here that we pictoriate this with grapevines, okay? Because when you think about the grapes, they're on a cluster, aren't they? So this one little tiny, you ever see it? It looks weird. This little tiny branch coming off the vine has this huge cluster of fruit hanging on it. One little tiny branch. has this huge cluster of fruit. Totally amazing, isn't it?
Well, think about that song. I heard it through the grapevine.
That's
I
right.
mean, you know what I mean. It's secular, but nevertheless, he's in control of everything. So he's got his way of chuckling about different things too, just as Hashatan, need I say his name, does the same thing and laughs at the things that we believe he pulls over our eyes.
Go ahead, Sharon.
Just thinking back about the grapevines, they also have this little thing that comes out and it goes and it reaches up and it's real thin to hold those grapes so they don't fall. And I think in myself, that's the Ruach. That's the Ruach HaKodesh, supporting the fruit in which Yah brings forth through us. It's what I'm talking. It's like a little thing, and it kind of winds around things.
Winds, yeah, I know what you're saying. I don't know much about it, but somebody told me that keeps it balanced. Keeps the fruit balanced and separates so they don't get rotten or something. I don't know. It's some kind of a balancing thing. I don't know that for sure. Somebody just told me that. But yeah, I know what you're saying.
God's keeping us balanced, Mark. Balanced in his word and the fruit that we produce.
That's right. Anybody else got any comments or questions for anybody at all? You don't have to just ask. You can ask questions directly to somebody on this panel if you want to, or you can just ask it in general to me. But you can also pinpoint if you need to ask questions. If somebody says something and you don't quite understand what they're saying, by all means, ask them to clarify what they're saying. That's why we're here. We're here and we're in training right now, getting ready for the end of the end times. That's what y'all are doing here. So yeah, if you have a question, don't just sit there and pretend like you knew what the person was saying. Ask them, call them out on it. Okay, so amazing to me, really. It says, because without me, you are unable to do nothing at all. So when people, go ahead, Mom. Go ahead, Mom. Marianne, go ahead.
I was clicking the wrong button. I want to apologize to Phil because all this time I thought all he was doing was sleeping, and he actually has a good brain.
People love to pick on the teacher's assistant. I'll tell you, Mark.
Okay. Interesting to me. Anyway, you can do nothing. People say, I've heard people say that they're practicing producing the fruits of the Ruach. I'm getting good at it, man. I'm a lot more patient than I ever was and stuff like that. Like they're trying to take credit for the free gift of the Spirit, for the gifts of the Spirit's fruits of the Spirit. You know what I mean? And it's like, you can't do that. Okay. No matter how much you practice them, you are never going to be able to produce the fruits of this Ruach. Those belong to the Ruach HaKodesh and the Ruach HaKodesh only. They'll never be your fruits, but they are a testimony that he dwells you if you do have them. Everybody understand what I'm saying there? So this isn't a very interesting statement here that we are able to do nothing without Yahusha. It should be very sobering and eye-opening to everybody. So next time we try to take credit for our achievements, then we should maybe think a little bit harder before we open up our mouth and start bragging on ourselves, and realize that now this is all because of Yahusha. All esteem to Yahusha. That's the motto of the Natsarim. All esteem to Yahusha. We never take any credit to ourselves. One of the big reasons that Yahuwah chooses you, because he knows that you're not going to steal his esteem. And we need to remember that That's why you've been chosen. People that steal his esteem and brag on themselves and try to take all the glory, all the honor, he doesn't choose them. He lets them have their reward, the reward of the wrong. Does everybody understand that? That's a huge, huge thing to understand. Okay, let's continue on, Phil, unless anybody has questions. All right, let's go, Phil.
John 15, verse 6, in case anybody has just joined us. If anyone does not remain in me, he is thrown away as a branch and dries up. And they gather them and throw them into the fire, and they are burned.
Okay, hang on a minute. Back up here in 2, it says, every branch in me that bears no fruit, he takes away. And so here's the clarification of that. If anyone does not remain in me, he is thrown away as a branch and dries up, and they gather them and throw them into the fire, and they are burned. What's this talking about?
Isn't that about the tares? Matthew 13.
Yes. Go ahead, Ted.
The day of Yahuwah. Yeah.
And a branch can stop bearing fruit. It can bear fruit for a while, and then sometimes it stops bearing fruit, and therefore has to be pruned. I'm not sure if that goes in that deep into that, but if you think about it.
Sure does. So remember the parable about the tree that was producing no fruit, and the gardener was going to cut it down, and then the owner was going to cut it down, and the gardener said, let me put some manure on it, and cultivate it, and if it produces fruit after a year, good. If it doesn't, cut it down. Remember that? So that could apply there right along with what you're saying, Phil. And here's my question. Think about this, it's kind of hard now. If a branch produces fruit, okay, and then goes into a dry spell and stops producing fruit, but it's still a live branch, but the fruit drops to the ground, it's fruit, and through the seeds of that fruit produces more fruit, more plants and more fruit. Is that branch going to be totally removed and thrown into the fire? Or will that branch just simply be pruned and given time to produce more of its own fruit? What do you guys think?
I think the second thing you said, it can be nurtured back into bearing fruit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because say maybe a portion of it coming off the vine, 2 or 3 inches there or whatever, is grain, it's still alive, right? We're still receiving life from the vine, but the outer part of it has died and withered, and so it's unable to produce any more fruit. And so the gardener prunes it, breaks that part off, and then gives it time to grow some more, and then begin to produce another more cluster of fruit. You see that? Or do you snap the whole thing off and say, you stop producing fruit, you're worthless, snap it off and throw it in fire, although the fruit that branch produced prior has grown into more plants and producing a lot of fruit. See what I'm saying? From the seeds that were found in the fruit. Go ahead, Raul.
Did you say that the fruit fell to the ground and another plant started from the seed? So it really, he kind of multiplied the fruit.
Yeah, and since that was off of that vine, is that not an extension of that vine? Would that be another flock?
It would be, yes, it would be part of that. It's from the original same root, so it's from the same plant.
So if we take, say this huge giant oak tree, right? Just humongous, beautiful tree. And we look down there, and underneath it, there's a sapling that came off of that oak tree and started to grow. It's only about 6 inches tall, maybe a foot tall, right? Could we safely say, wow, I'm going to dig up that sapling because there's chance, since it came off of that big, beautiful tree, I'm going to go plant it in my backyard, and there's a good chance I can have the same big, beautiful tree in my backyard. Can we do that? Would that be a fair thing to assume? Yeah, because that sapling came off of that big, beautiful oak tree. Man, I'd love to have that in my backyard. Oh, there's a little sapling off of it. I'm going to dig it up and go plant it. I bet you I can get that big tree in my backyard. Go ahead, Sharon.
Two things Yahusha said is that he hasn't lost not one, okay, except the son of perdition. The other thing is he says that he doesn't change. We might, but he never leaves us or fails us. So, you know, it's like we might be a little bit not right. He's not going to leave us.
He
prunes us. Go ahead, Ike. He prunes us because he loves us, and each of us have been on journeys, and our journeys are all different, and we're all of the same seed, our Father Yahuwah. So, yeah, just like that tree, Mark, it was chopped down, and little sprouts come out to renew. It's renewing to see that it's growing. It's not going to stop, and His word will not stop.
I'll tell you a little story about when I was in my childhood. We were out in the summer, and we spent most of the summer at my grandparents' house. And she had this huge giant garden, and we'd go out and we'd help her, plant the garden, hoe it and plant it, water it. She had it's so far away. It was like 10, 20 hoses. I don't know how many garden hoses from her house to this garden, right? To water the plants and so forth and so on. And so she was a pretty good gardener and had a green thumb. And so one day in her side yard, she had a huge maple tree, and it was like a twin. You ever see a twin tree? Two trees grow together. And it was like that, a big, beautiful maple tree. We used to play in it when we were children. And one day she went out there, and we were there watching her. And she reached up there and she snapped a branch off. She just snapped it off. I can't remember the details. And then she walked over beyond that tree, kept going east for distance, and she stopped, and she stuck that branch down into the ground. And my brother and I sitting there, looking, what's she doing, And we used to play football in that field. And we asked her, so what are you doing, Grandma? She said, I'm planting a tree. And we laughed like little hyenas, We thought she was cuckoo, That thing ain't going to grow. What are you doing, right? So we're like mimicking her, We're snapping off branches and sticking them in the ground and stuff and everything. So we kind of forgot about that after a while. And we even played football. And the neighborhood kids would come over and we played football because it was long and it was just kind of almost like a football field looking area. And we would get a touch on that end. We'd jump over that tree, ripped branches and leaves off of it, tore it up, looked pretty shabby there sometimes after we would be done playing our football games and whatnot, or baseball. And time went on, and believe it or not, today, it's a huge, giant, beautiful maple tree. It grew into a huge, beautiful tree. After we just about tore it to dickens playing football and baseball around it.
It's kind of like He grafts us in, because that's kind of a graft.
Yeah. Isn't that something else? So, yeah. So anyway, without me, you're unable to do nothing. Any questions on that? That should humble every single person on this channel today. We should all walk in humility with Yahuwah now. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Paul said, do not boast that you have done this, whatever, but boast that you know Yahusha.
Okay, so Raul, you mentioned engrafting. What's that?
When you get a branch from a tree and you cut around it, and some people, they put moss or dirt in foil until roots start coming out, and then they take that and they plant it in the ground, and a tree grows from it. It's most of our when you buy a tree at a local place, very few trees are nowadays from seed. Most of the trees are grafted because it has the age of the original tree.
Okay. But can we take it, refine that?
Yes, that's what he does with us. That's what he does with us when he brings us in to his vine. He's grafting us into his vine.
But I'm saying, can we refine the engrafting process? That's what I'm saying. Rather than starting a whole new plant, can we?
Well, he cleanses us, and he cleans us up, and he's cleaned us up with his blood, and we become like him. We become, like you said, oneness from him.
Okay, I guess what I'm referring to more precisely is in what we find in Romans 11. And so we're talking about engrafting in Romans 11 of a branch. So there's a natural branch and a wild branch, right? So to engraft a wild branch onto the natural branch, what would be the purpose in that? Why would a gardener do that?
To bring it together, just like he's going to do with Jerusalem and Yehuda, to bring one branch.
Okay. Phyllis?
So the branch can get the true food and the true strength from the true vine.
And as I'm sorry, Ted, and as he was saying that the old tree, like when your grandmother took out the tree, she took that branch, and that tree was huge, and she took that age of that tree. So I mean, Yah is taking us even from the very beginning, before the foundation of the world. We're we're all the way back there. So she took that branch because she knew that it had many, many years to it.
Raul?
Maybe this is what you're trying to get at, hopefully, is he takes us into his branch so we become like him. We become like his branch, and we become part of his tree.
But what happens to the original branch? Go ahead, Tad.
If the wild branch is producing fruit, then he will graft it in to the natural branch and take out that natural branch that is not bearing fruit, and it will get bundled and thrown away and burned. That's what will happen if it's not bearing fruit.
Okay, so now we're going back to what we were talking about before, except what Phil brought up. except that this branch has not produced any fruit. See, in Phil's example, the branch produced fruit, but then it stopped producing fruit. Remember, and so he pruned it and waited for it to grow and start producing fruit again. Okay, so in this example, it hasn't produced any fruit at all. Okay, and so he prunes it off. Okay, but he leaves the life-giving stem that's attached to the vine, but then he takes a wild branch and he engrafts it into that same branch stem, okay, so that it might produce fruit. So what happens to the old branch? It gets bundled up and thrown into the fire. Okay, and here, let me show you an example of that. Here. Okay, you see right here then? This would be the old branch. Here, the stub coming off the vine. Here, coming off the vine. And then they would cut it at an angle, split it, stick them together, and then they bound them here and graft the branch onto the original vine, onto the true vine. And then so that the wild branch produces fruit as it gets nourishment or life given to it by the true vine. Everybody see that? So this is engrafting. So what happens to the old branch that doesn't produce fruit? It's burned up. It's pruned off and burnt. Okay, and so then let's look at, everybody go to Romans 11. Go ahead, Raul.
It's like when we get immersed, we get grafted, and the old us dies and withers away.
Boy, Yahusha is working on you today, Raul.
All esteem to Yahusha. It's all him.
The old man is burned up to make way for the spiritual, set apart.
Oh wow. Okay, so are we wild branches? Is Ephraim the wild branch?
We are the wild branch.
So we can be engrafted into the true vine, right? In this case, it's speaking of an olive tree instead of a vineyard, okay? But it's the same principle. And so those who do not believe, those who are part of the natural tree is not producing fruit because of their non-belief, he gets rid of them and engrafts the wild branches in so that they could produce fruit and gives them a shot. Everybody seeing that? In other words, Ephraim, we have to be engrafted in to Yisrael. You can't get there on your own. There's only one Yisrael. There's only one Torah, one Yahusha, one Messiah, one everlasting covenant. And if you want to be in the reign of Yahuwah, guess where you have to go? You have to get yourself into the everlasting covenant. And you have to engraft into Yisrael. You have to become Yisrael. Everybody saying that? But see, there's branches within the original or the natural tree that aren't producing because of non-belief. And so he prunes them off and he engrafts the wild olive branches in so that we may produce fruit. If you don't produce fruit after you're engrafted in, he's going to prune you off and he's going to put another branch on there, whether it be a natural branch or a wild branch. It don't matter. But you will be bundled up and thrown into the fire if you don't produce either. So you can't get in there and boast, I'm in, I'm good to go. And then you don't find any of his lost sheep or produce any fruit.
That should scare everyone in this group, me the most, to death. To death of the old man. To throw it aside and say, be gone with you. Because
I've been.
That's the most important thing.
Sorry.
Right.
Yeah, sorry. I was just about to say that I've been actively searching the lost sheep, which is a good thing, of course.
Thank you.
Isn't that our job to do? Like, search the lost sheep and
Yes.
bring them to Yahusha.
Yes, absolutely is. And I thank you for that. But I'll tell you, you don't have to bust your brains out doing it either, because
that's true. Yeah.
Know his voice. All they got to do is hear his words spoken out of your mouth into their ears, and if they're his sheep, they'll know his voice, and you will gain fruit. If you're speaking to someone that's not his, then they're going to be combative, and then you might as well just stop. Don't argue with them. Just stop, because what's that telling you? This isn't one of the lost sheep. I'm not going to waste my time here. I'm going to move on. It's very obvious. At that point, you should be able to discern that within seconds.
Yeah.
Many are called, few are chosen. You think that's what that is?
Yeah, there's very few. There's a lot less sheep out there than there are people that are not sheep, and so it's like trying to find a pearl in a field. All right.
Also, Yahusha says, pray that the master of the harvest will send the workers of his harvest.
Right.
Yeah.
Why should we pray for more workers in the harvest? Because
it's actually very critical.
Why?
Because the time is at hand. Time is very near the end.
That's right. The faster we find him, and he's built his third temple up, faster he's coming back.
Yep.
Right. Now we all know there's an appointed time for it, but in our reality, it's critical that we need to get moving. We need to find these lost sheep. That's our job to do. That's what we were born for, and so we need to perform to the best of our ability. Work hard for Yahuwah. Everybody go to Romans 11. Everybody there? Okay. Raul, I need you to read, starting in verse 16. Verse 16 to 27.
Now, if the first fruit is set apart, the lump is also. And if the root is set apart, so are the branches. And if some of the branches were broken off, and you, being a wild olive tree, have been grafted in among them, and it came to share the root fatness of the olive tree. Do not boast against the branches. And if you boast, remember you do not bear the root, shall say then. The branches were broken off that I might be grafted in. Good. By unbelief they were broken off, and you stand by belief. Do not be arrogant, but fear. If Yahuwah did not spare the natural branch, he might not spare you either. See then the kindness and the sharpness of Yahuwah on those who fell, sharpness, but toward you kindness. If you continue in his kindness, otherwise you shall be cut off.
Keep going to 27.
Oh. And they also, if they do not continue in unbelief, shall be grafted in. For Yahuwah is able to graft them in again. For if you were cut out of the olive tree, which is wild by descent, and were grafted contrary to the conventional descent into a good olive tree, how much more shall these who are the cultivated branches be grafted into their own olive tree? For I do not wish you to be ignorant of the secret. Brothers, let you should be wise in your own estimation, that hardening in part has come over Israel, until the entirety of nation has come in. And so all Israel shall be delivered, as it has been written. The deliverer shall come out of Zion, and he shall turn away wickedness from Jacob. And this is my covenant with them when I take away their sins.
Thank you. Okay, so everybody see it? See what we've been talking about? It's all right there. Okay, and so what happens to the old branch now? Joshua?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. What was your question?
Okay, so you had your hand up. Did you have a question?
Yeah, no, I was just gonna. I had a comment, but it's okay. You can finish your thought, and then you were about to say something.
I'm just saying, what happens to the old branch? And then we're speaking here, and then in this case, this is the original natural cultivated tree. What happens to the natural branch? Go ahead, Raul.
It depends. If it comes back into belief, it'll be grafted back into the natural tree. If not, it will be turned into the fire and burned up.
Exactly. So Yahuwah is able to do this. Right. So don't boast against the branch that you took place would be who now? Which is talking about?
An original Yehudai?
Yeah, the original Hebrew. The original Israel would be the Hebrews. So all these people running around hating Jews and talking about Jew this and Jew that and hating the Jews, probably ain't a good idea to be doing that. Go ahead, Joshua.
Yeah, I was just going to say something along those lines, is that it really speaks to me like what we see in Israel today. You know, a lot of people not accepting the true Messiah, and to not, if we're proven correct, to not boast about that, or to not, get involved in that, because it seems like there are natural born Yehudai, and then there's Gentiles. So the Gentiles who are grafted in shouldn't, boast about their position, because, and I just see the similarities with, like what you just said, people boasting on the quote unquote Jews, this anti-Semitism that we see a lot. And, we definitely should not do that, because, they're the natural branches, and we shouldn't be the ones boasting. And I think it's all going to come, his plan is, it's all going to come, bring us all together. The two sticks that come together, right? The two branches that come together. I can't remember which book that's from.
Yeah, Israel and Yehuda was talking about.
Yeah.
Or the northern kingdom, the southern kingdom. Ephraim is the largest area in the northern kingdom, and Yahuwah calls Israel Ephraim because it's the largest area, and they have the right of the firstborn. That's why he refers to the northern kingdom as Ephraim. Okay, so where's Ephraim at? Scattered among the nations. So all of us is Ephraim, and we've been engrafted into the natural olive tree. You see that? Now,
and that was through Joseph. That was through Joseph's line, correct?
Well, so you're going from Abraham to Yitzhak to Jacob, right? And then the 12 tribes, and one of them being Joseph, and he had the firstborn and the secondborn son there, and Jacob did this, right, and gave the firstborn blessing to the younger, right, and so Joseph, Yusuf, and Ephraim and Manasseh all got their own area. Okay, and so Joseph's area, the territory expanded through those two sons. So yeah.
Can we also know,
And also,
like,
I think
What's that?
Sorry, I just wanted to ask, like, can we know which tribe, which tribe we are, or is that impossible?
Well, if your last name is been passed along through the generations, you could take your last name and to take it back to what tribe you're from. You know what I mean? So sometimes you can through some DNA test they can. Then they found the line to the Levites through DNA, and last names are important too. But
Okay.
generally speaking, we really don't know. Matter of fact, until the awakening in 2008, the Israel didn't even forgot that they were Israel. Matter of fact, they forgot all about Yahuwah. We were totally asleep. We were walking dead until the awakening of 2008.
Yeah.
That's when the curse was over. The seven-time penalty was exhausted. And so now there's the great awakening of the Natsarim began in 2008. And everybody that was aware of these things back then can attest to that. The Natsarim started coming out of the woodwork around that time period. If we talk to Lou White, I'm sure he could give us a lot of information on that because he was definitely around back when that was going on. Right, Phyllis?
I would love to hear that.
Yeah, we'd love to hear talk about that.
The thing is, there was no internet. He was spreading the words by mail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And maybe we can get him to come on and talk about that one of these days. I know he's busy today, but anybody else any questions or comments? Okay, so don't mix it up. The olive tree, the natural tree is Israel, right? The Hebrew, okay? And they were the ones that were under the one covenant, okay? That's why you have to be engrafted into Israel to get into the covenant, because the covenant was with his election, okay? Israel, his people, all right? This here, when it says, because without me you're unable to do nothing. If anyone does not remain in me, he is thrown away as a branch and dries up, and gather them and throw them into the fire, and they are burned. Or speaking of those who fell away from Yahusha. They're no longer attached to the vine. So I'm saying, so they're totally detached to the vine. And so therefore they can do nothing on their own. They're dried up and burned. You see that? Because then see the natural branches, if they repent, Yahuwah is able to engraft them back into the natural olive tree. He's able to do that. You see what I'm saying? Even though it was snapped off and engrafted. He's able to do that. Doesn't really say how he would do it, but he can do that. He can remove an engrafted branch that's not producing fruit and replace it with the natural branch because they started believing. And, we can come up with different scenarios. So don't get those two mixed up. They're similar, but not exact. That's what I'm saying. Anybody have questions or thoughts on that? Comments? Let's go, Phil.
Verse 7, if you remain in me and my words remain in you, You shall ask whatever you wish, and it shall be done for you. In this my Father is esteemed, that you bear much fruit, and you shall be my pupils.
Okay, stop.
Okay.
Okay, so the Father's esteemed by you producing much fruit. Okay, so somebody tell us the importance. I mean, we should be able to see it right here at this point, although it's going to elaborate a little bit more on it. But someone explain to us and those watching the importance of producing much fruit. What does it do? We know what happens if we don't produce any fruit, right? We get bundled up and thrown into the fire. So what's the importance of producing much fruit? Why should we exhaust ourselves? Why should we pursue finding those lost sheep to produce that fruit? If we really have no free will, why should we bother? Somebody. Go ahead, Phyllis.
To esteem Yahusha and to esteem ourselves in him.
Exactly. Go ahead, Phil.
The ultimate loving thy neighbor is to share the witness of Yahuwah and Yahusha.
Yeah, it shows love for your neighbor, doesn't it? You care about other people.
That's great, Phil.
Anybody else? All right. So it's extremely important to produce much fruit. That you bear much fruit, and you shall be my pupils. All right. So if you're producing fruit, that's evidence that you're one of his pupils, one of his followers. All right. And so this also would be speaking of oneness. Okay. Any questions on that? Well, let's continue on then.
Verse 9, as the Father has loved me, I also loved you. Remain in my love. If you guard my commands, you shall remain in my love, even as I have guarded my Father's commands and remain in his love.
Okay, hang on now. Okay, so remaining in his love by guarding his commands, right? So obviously then, by being obedient to his Torah, his instructions, is not a means of gaining salvation or deliverance, is it? Is it?
Please repeat that statement.
Okay, so he's saying here, as the Father has loved me, I have also loved you. Remain in my love. If you guard my commands, you shall remain in my love. Even as I have guarded my Father's commands and remain in his love. So by obeying the commandments, is that a source of gaining deliverance?
Well, it kind of is because
I think it's
it does.
By gaining deliverance or maintaining deliverance? I'm saying by attaining.
Yeah, maintaining. Yeah, because if we go like first Yahukanon, chapter 3 and 4, for example, it says, by this we know that we know him if he guard his commands. Obviously, if the one says I know him does not guard his commands, he's a liar, and the truth is not in him.
Okay, so remaining in his love, by obeying the commandments, you remain in his love, right? Okay, yeah. And so by obeying his commandments is evidence or proof that we love him because we are steadfast in our obedience to him, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And that's also maintaining, deliverance.
Right, because that right there alone says that we're not trying to attain deliverance through obedience, but we're trying to remain in his love or maintain obedience to his commands because we love him and we love his word.
And worship is love. Worship is love. So
you're worshiping his love by obeying his commandments.
Exactly. And he fulfilled those commandments while he was here on earth as the incarnate Yahusha. And therefore he is our example that we all know, but he is our example to emulate.
Right. So if you're remaining in his love, which is obeying the 10 commandments, does that not say that you've already been given deliverance? So you don't have to try to strive to get yourself delivered by obedience? Is that not what this is saying?
You know, Yahuwah also said that I desire compassion and not sacrifice.
That's right.
You know, it's somewhere, I think it's in where Yahusha says, like, you know, figure this out, what this means. I desire compassion and not sacrifice. That's also in Hosea, chapter 6, verse 6, I think. But I don't know where Yahusha exactly says that, but it's somewhere in the Bezoras, obviously.
Okay. So I want to make sure. Go ahead, Phil. Lots of hands up here.
Just wanted to interject. So if one dreads the commandments, are they truly called? Is the question. If they dread doing all these things, when the Shabbat comes around, they're going, oh man, I got to do the Shabbat. I can't go to the concert, or I can't, set apart myself from the situation.
So they're not in his love, are they?
I don't know. I don't think so.
No, because if you're not seeing the Shabbat as a day of delight and you're looking forward to it, then you're not in his love, which means you're disobedient. And so that becomes evidence against you, all right, that you don't believe in Yahuwah. What? I believe. I just have a hard time with Shabbat. Well, the fact of it is, if you're not in his meaning in his love, which means obedient to his commandments, okay, then you don't believe in him. Because if you believed in him, you would fear him and you would obey him out of that fear because you know what he can do, how powerful he is, and he can destroy your body and your being in Gehenna. And you would fear him, and so out of fear you would obey him, which proves you remain in his love. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I have two answers to your question.
Okay.
Yes and no. Is this how you obtain eternal life? By keeping his commandments? Well, yes, that's what the young ruler asked him, and he said, this is how you obtain eternal life, to keep these commandments. But also, you must be immersed in his name and accept his name to receive the Ruach. So, there's two ways, but definitely by keeping his commandments.
Okay. Now, I don't want anybody to get lost on me here, okay, or misread what I'm saying. But we have to understand something. If we could be delivered by our obedience, there would have been no need for the Son to come here. No need at all for Yahusha. We could do it on our own. Just think of that. Okay, Phil, go ahead.
Yeah, and there's no way we can keep those commandments without the Ruach.
Exactly.
Which is his blood sacrifice. There's no way. There's no way.
And so let me ask you, Phil, if we have been immersed with the Ruach HaKodesh, is there a way for us to be righteous and obedient? If we've been immersed with the Ruach?
Yes, through Yahusha.
Yes.
His sacrifice.
Right. So his righteousness, our righteousness is not, the righteousness in us is not our righteousness at all. Because we can't be righteous. We're sinners. But with the immersion of the Ruach HaKodesh, our righteousness is his righteousness in us. So that when Yahuwah looks at you, all he sees is the righteousness of Yahusha in you. And he doesn't remember your sins no more. Everybody seeing that? We're going back to all esteem to Yahusha again here. Go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, and have you ever had, you thought in your pride, not you, me, man, that was an awesome prayer, and 2 seconds later, boom. Take that, little Dickie. See if you can handle that. And I can't handle it, and I fail. It's because I thought for one fleeting moment that I had one whale of a prayer, and by cracky, and it had nothing to do with me, but I took a little bit of that sugar, that little poison, for a moment, and he says, really? Let's see. Oh, you did that again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know exactly.
You're just like, you repent, and you go, oh, my goodness.
That's right.
Please don't pull that back again.
Phyllis was talking about that last week. Remember, Phyllis, when you were talking about that last week, that it's Yahusha who puts his will in us for us to pray for.
Yes, I remember.
And that's what you're talking about, Phil. Yeah.
Definitely. And it's a fine line because you can, and I don't know, it's the human nature, I think, you just, the words are, I don't know what it is. I'm just being honest. And then he chastised me. A light little tap on the noggin, nothing severe. If I continue to do it, however, then he may give me a good slam, which I deserve. But nevertheless, it's just really cool and interesting how he works. It's pure love. It's like it's like he's my father. Well, he is my father, but it's like my physical father. My physical father was removed when I was 5, but he's been my father ever since. Well, he always has been, but he's taken the place. So it's just really interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so I don't want to close off of this tangent here until I clarify it for people that are watching. Since some of them may be jumping up and down out there and saying I'm crazy because of lack of understanding, really, but also because I am kind of a peculiar person. And I don't blame you for thinking I'm crazy sometimes. But anyway, let's clear it up just a little bit. I like what Ridge Hill Jilly has put here. Obedience is a product of deliverance already given. And it's exactly correct. Very, very good insight there, Jilly. So our obedience to the Torah is not a means or an avenue, if you will, for us to gain salvation or deliverance, okay? But it's a willing and grateful response to deliverance already received, just like Jilly was saying there, okay? So we obey out of love for Yahuwah. We remain in his love, and so we obey, which means that we have love for his commands now. We no longer are opposed or in contrast to his 10 love commands. Why? Because we have become his 10 love commands. We have become the walking Torah. That's why we love them now. We're no longer opposed to them. And through his righteousness and his indwelling, we're able to stay obedient to those commands. Nothing that we've done. It's a gift from Yahuwah. Belief is a gift from Yahuwah, and so is our obedience through his indwelling. It's a gift. The Ruach is a promise. It's a gift to those who believe in the power of the blood of the Lamb of Yahuwah. Okay? So we got to get that straight. All right? And we have to endure, meaning we have to remain obedient. Which in the way he's saying it here is he's saying you must remain, if you remain in my love. That's the same thing as saying you have to endure in your obedience. Okay, same thing. Or are you just saying it differently? Okay, so if we go back to Acts again to where was that? That was in Acts. Let me think where that was at now. Where is that? Acts 13:48. Acts 13:48. Acts 13:48 says, and when the nations heard this, they were glad and praised the word of Yahuwah. And as many as had been appointed to everlasting life believed. Okay. So obviously then you were appointed to everlasting life means that you were delivered, you were chosen. We didn't choose him. He chose us before he created anything. And so all we have to do after we've been awakened is to remain in his love or stay obedient to the Torah as evidence that we believe in him and that we love him. That's why we do that. It's evidence and proof to Yahuwah that we love him because we're staying in his love or obedient to his commandments. You see, this
because belief and obedience is perfect that only when together.
Right.
That's also what Lou also said in Facebook, in his Facebook post. Like blessed are those that do his commandments.
Right. Okay, and so if you're obeying his commandments, that tells us you've been chosen. You were appointed to everlasting life because you believe. And since you believe in him, guess what? You fear him because you understand his power and what he can do. And so you're obedient because you fear him. And fear is the beginning of wisdom and knowledge of Yahuwah. Okay, so go to Revelations 12:7. Revelations 12:17, says, and the dragon was enraged with the Yahusha and went to fight with the remnant of her seed, those guarding the commands of Yahuwah and possessing the witness of Yahusha HaMashiach. What's the witness of Yahusha HaMashiach? Well, literally, it's the Basora of Yahusha, but spiritually, it's the indwelling Ruach HaKodesh. You have the Ruach in you. You see that?
Isn't that also that
Says,
witness that he is also Yahuwah? Because he also said, you are my witnesses, declares Yahuwah, my chosen.
and possessing the witness of Yahusha Mashiach. The witness of Yahusha Mashiach is the Ruach HaKodesh in this context.
Okay.
Literally, we can say it's the word. We can say that it's you're possessing the Basora of Yahusha. You understand who he is. You know who Yahusha is. You know why Yahusha came. You understand his life, his death, his resurrection, and ascension, and you can articulate it out to people very clearly and simply. It doesn't have to be hard. It can be simple, and it should be simple, because most of the people you're going to be talking to are going to be in the mind of the flesh. So it needs to be simple. Okay, so this is what this is saying here, is you're remaining in his love. Look, you're guarding the commands of Yahuwah. You're being obedient. You are remaining in his love, and you possessing the witness of Yahusha HaMashiach, which is the Ruach HaKodesh. This is explaining to us what a Natsarim is.
Also, Revelation 14:12.
Okay, we're going to go there right now, Dras. Let me pick that up for you. So Revelations 14:12, Dras just pointed to. This now is speaking of the endurance. And so when we see endurance here, we have to understand that this is the endurance of being obedient to the end. When those who endure to the end will be delivered, right? So this is speaking of remaining in his love to the end, whether you fall asleep or Yahusha comes back. Okay, so Revelations 14:12, here is the endurance. So this is explaining what endurance is for the Natsarim. Okay, in the endurance of the set apart ones, or we could say the endurance of the Natsarim, it's just a code word for the Natsarim, set apart ones. It's the same thing. Here is the endurance of the set apart ones. Here are those guarding the commands of Yahuwah and the belief of Yahusha. Is this what we were just talking about? Right? So by remaining in his love or staying obedient to his 10 commandments out of gratitude for deliverance already given, was appointed. We were appointed to everlasting life before he created anything. We get the gift of belief. We have been given the gift of belief. Okay. And so we are staying obedient, and by being obedient, this is evidence to Yahuwah and everybody else in the world, okay, that we believe in Yahuwah and in the power of the blood of the Lamb of Yahuwah. And we believe. Why? Because we're staying obedient. We're remaining in his love. That's why. That's evidence of that. If those people that don't obey, they don't believe. I don't care how many times they tell you that they believe in the creator of the universe, okay, and they're not obedient and they don't remain in his love and remain obedient to his commandments, they're lying to you. It's proof that they don't believe. Because if they believed, they would fear him and they would obey him, because they know they would understand his power, who he is, and what he can do. Is everybody clear on that? Is there any gray areas left? Did I cover it well enough so that you're not going to get off of here and call somebody up and say, hey, did you hear that what that Mark was talking about today? He was saying you don't have to be obedient to the 10 Commandments. Did you hear him? It's not what I said at all, is it? Everybody on board? Any questions? Any comments? I know that was a deep one, but it's something that every Natsarim should understand that. Let's go, Phil.
Verse 11, these words I have spoken to you, so that my joy might be in you, and that your joy might be complete. This is my command, that you love one another, as I have loved you.
Okay, stop.
Okay,
so is that a new command? Christianity teaches that this is a new command. Is it?
No, it's one of the 10 Devarim.
How is that? This is my command, that you love one another as I have loved you. How is that one of the 10 Devarim?
It's loving your neighbor.
So it's the same thing as saying love your neighbor as yourself?
Yes.
Anybody disagree with Josh? So is this a old command, a renewed command?
It's actually a renewed command, because he says, no, wait, he says, no, actually, isn't that in chapter 13 that it says that this is my renewed command, that you love one another as I have loved you? So, that for me kind of means that that we should love one another as he has shown his love, kind of like that they should love one another as he has loved them, and show them his love, right? Because
I don't think that's something new. I think that's
no, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. That's in Leviticus 19. It says how to treat your neighbor, right? But this is a whole different one. It says that you love one another as I have loved you. That's a different thing than you should love your neighbor as yourself, because that's just Leviticus 19 command, right, which is the sovereign law.
Okay, so you mentioned Yahukanon 13.
I think it's 34 to 35.
Verse 34, it says, a renewed command I give to you, that you love one another as I have loved you, and that you also love one another. By this shall all know that you are my pupils, if you have love for one another. And then back over here, it says, this is my command, that you love one another as I have loved you. So here he's not saying it's a renewed command. He did say that in 13. So how is that a third command, a renewed command, if it's an old command? It's actually the same thing as we find in Leviticus. It's just saying it kind of just a little bit different.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
So
That's what I was going to say is like the whole basis behind the Leviticus one is to show that's how you show love to his creation. You got to love one another. To love one another is to love him. That's always been the case, I think, at least.
Notice that he's claiming ownership. Yeah, but notice that he's claiming ownership, God. He's saying, this is my command. Okay, he's claiming ownership to this command. And so if he's claiming ownership to what's written in Leviticus, then we can safely assume then that this is the same command. So for him to be saying it's a renewed command over in 13, it's just simply meaning he's reinforcing his command, Leviticus. That's all. He's just letting you know that, hey, I'm reinforcing this. Okay, this is still.
Because nowhere in any other book is that command ever done away with,
Right. So it'd have to be done away with to be renewed in that context. Okay. So in this context, it has to apply somewhat differently than taking that strictly literal. So to take that strictly literal would be out of context. So in other words, he's saying, I'm reiterating this, to be still in effect. This has not changed. This is still my command. And he takes ownership of it here. And you can see it's the exact same command that's in 13. You see what I'm saying? So we have to put it in context. Go ahead, Sharon.
Well, from what I understand, I'm sure it's a renewed covenant because Yahusha came for all who would choose, or he has chosen. So as a Melchizedek priest. So I see that it is a renewed covenant, but same. Okay. He's only reiterating his own word. So that's
go
ahead.
But he has not died yet. So the renewed covenant is not in effect. Yahusha came during the old priesthood.
Yes.
Nothing has changed yet. Nothing has changed yet. We can't go there. At least not yet. At least not yet. See what I'm saying?
That's all right.
At least not yet. Go ahead, Raul.
If we take in consideration the last 6 commands, it means basically to love your neighbor, because all of them state things that mean love. All of them. Do not murder, do not break wedlock, do not give false witness, do not covet, honor your mother and your father. So all of it is based in love for one another.
Yeah. Okay, so if we obey the second great command here, obviously this is what it is. So we have the first and greatest command, and then we have the second command, which is like it, to love your neighbor as yourself. So this is just another way of saying that. This is my command, that you love one another as I have loved you. Same thing. He's just saying, look, if you're confused on how to love your neighbor or love other, look at how I respond, how I loved others. Do what I did. Okay. And what did he do? Well, he did a lot. He healed people. He counseled people. He brought them up from the dead. He did a lot of different things in order to put love, which is a verb, into action, because the action is attached to the word love. Otherwise, it's just mere lip service and don't mean nothing. You can't say I love you and then have no action attached to that, because then it's not a reality. It's just like a vapor. It's not even real. Okay, it's gone. As soon as you say it, it's gone. There's no action to prove love. At that point, it's just mere lip service. See what I'm saying? So here is when he's rephrasing or reinstituting or renewing this commandment, which belongs to him. And by doing this, by default, okay, if you do this, you're in obedience to the last 5 or 6, depending on how you want to divide them, commandments. Some say the first and greatest command, by default, if you do that, you obey the first 5, and then the second you obey the last 5. Some say first 4 and the last 6. Depends on how you want to see it. But go ahead, Joshua.
I was just going to say that love your neighbor is the second command, correct?
It's the second greatest command.
Okay. Is it listed number 2 as far as in order, in chronological order? The first one's you will have no other Elohim besides me. I'm right.
Hang on a minute.
Isn't love your neighbor as yourself start at Leviticus chapter 19, verse 15 to 18?
Yeah, but it's coming out of the mouth of Yahusha. Okay, is where I want to go with that. We went into this last week, and I'm trying to remember now where that was, where when somebody asked him, how do you obtain everlasting life? And he says, by, loving Yahuwah. He says it's the first and greatest command. Remember that? So that would be.
Isn't that also, I think it's Luke chapter 10, verse 26 to 28.
Yeah, I think
or
that's
25 to 28.
Yeah, that's where we found it last week. Because then everybody go there. Actually, I think go to Matthew 22 might be the better one. Go to Matthew 22. I think Phyllis found it there last week. Matthew 22, 34. Yeah, here it is. And so let's back up here just so we get the full impact here to 31. And concerning the resurrection of the dead, have you not read what was spoken to you by Elohim, saying, I am the Elohim of Abraham, and the Elohim of Yitzchak, and the Elohim of Jacob? Elohim is not the Elohim of the dead, but of the living. And when the throngs heard, they were astonished at his teaching. But the Prushim, having heard that he had silenced the Sadducees, were gathered together, and one learned in the Torah. So this would be a lawyer, okay, did question. Hang on a minute. Somebody dropped out. I got to let them back in. Oh, they just went back off again. Come back. I was going to let you back in, but they didn't get there quick enough. Oh, I think it was Sharon. So anyway, one learned in the Torah. There she is. You're spinning around. There you are. Okay, so listen now. I'll start it over. But the Prushim, having heard that he had silenced the Sadducees, were gathered together, and one learned in the Torah, which would be an expert on the law, okay, a lawyer or something, did question, trying him and saying, Teacher, which is the great command in the Torah? And Yahusha said to him, You shall love Yahuwah your Elohim with all your heart and with all your being and with all your mind. And this is the first and great command. And the second is like it. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. On these two commands hang all the Torah and the prophets. So there it is, out of the mouth of the master. So when something comes out of the mouth of our master, should we dare challenge it? Or should we just accept it like a little child? We should accept it like a little child, right? At least that's what we better do. And so, Joshua, here we see that these two commandments, the first and the greatest command, and the second greatest, which is like the first, all the Torah and prophets hang on these two. Okay. And so what does that
for
mean?
me,
Go ahead.
I was going to say, for me, it feels like that's what he does for us is he loves us no matter what, you know, and that we should be doing that to we should be in his likeness in that way toward other people because he does that for us, you know, and it's very important that he gives us that compassion and that grace and everything else that comes along with it. We should treat other people the same way. And anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so with Yahusha telling us that this is the first and second command, and we know that in the 10 Debarim, the first command is what? What is it? Somebody? Is it?
You shall have no other Elohim besides me.
I am Yahuwah your Elohim. Have no other before my face. And so what's the second command of the 10 Debarim?
You do not bow to.
Do not make for yourselves a carved image or the likeness of anything in the Shamayim, on the Eretz, or in the Mayim below.
Okay, so you do not bow to images, right?
Muted.
Bow yourself to images. So is this in conflict? Is this a contradiction? Joshua? Is this a contradiction?
No.
Why? Yahusha is saying the first and greatest command is that you shall love Yahuwah your Elohim with all your heart and with all your being and with all your mind. And the second is like it, you shall love your neighbor as yourself. But when we look at the 10 Debarim, we see it says, number one is I am Yahuwah your Elohim, have no others before my face. Number two is you do not bow to images. So is this a contradiction, Joshua?
No, I mean, no. To love others is to love him, is to esteem him.
Oh, that's true. But go ahead, Phyllis.
The first 4 commandments teach us how to love Yahusha, and the rest of them teach us how to love one another.
Tad, that's true. Tad?
I was just going to say the same thing.
Okay, so that's a true statement. But this is what this tells us right here. Listen very closely now. The 10 Debarim is a stand-alone covenant. It's the everlasting covenant. It's a stand-alone covenant. Does everybody understand what I'm saying? Okay. And so if you understand that, then you should be easily able to see that he has given you a short way to learn here. It's like you take a crash course on love, okay? And so if you obey the first and greatest command, then you will, by default, you will be obedient to the first 4 Debarim in a standalone everlasting covenant. By default, you will be in obedience. Okay, and then if you obey the second greatest command, love your neighbors yourself, by default, you will be obeying the last 6 Debarim within the standalone everlasting covenant by default. And vice versa. If you obey the first 4 Debarim, by default, you will be loving Yahuwah. And if you obey the last 6, Debarim, by default, you will be obeying love, your second command, which is love your neighbor as yourself. This is why on these 2 commands hangs all the Torah and the prophets. You cannot be disobedient if you obey these 2 commandments. You just can't. So what do we have here? We have the crash course. We have the, just say, 12-week program on how to love here. And then the 10 Debarim is a 4-year program. Okay. And so we have to learn the long way, and in which some people have to do. If we go this route, we're taking the crash course, we can get there a lot faster. We can be experts in love a lot faster. Everybody seeing that? Okay. All right. Any questions or comments on up to this point yet? Okay, then let's continue on then. And John, Yahukanon 15 there, Phil.
Verse 12, this is my command, that you love one another as I have loved you. No one has greater love than this, that one should lay down his life for his friends. You are my friends if you do whatever I command you.
Okay, stop. What does he mean by that? If you are my friends, if you do whatever I command you. Is that like an ultimatum? Does that mean, man, you have to obey me like a, you know, or if you don't, you're not my friend. You know, I don't want nothing to do with you. I mean, what's going on there, Raul?
I think he was saying that he was ready to lay down his life for all of us.
Yeah, that's what he was saying in 13. No one has greater love than this, that one should lay down his life for his friends. He was definitely referencing his execution, right? His sacrifice, his blood sacrifice right there. But what does he mean by you are my friends if you do whatever I command you? I mean, doesn't that seem to be a little out there? I mean, it's like, you know.
No, because
No, I mean,
it fulfills the 10 commandments. I mean, you're doing, it's just like in a temporal sense, if you have friends, you do certain things. That's why you're friends together. So in this much higher calling, of course, you're going to be his friend if you do whatever he does and what he commands you to do. Then you have a relationship of love.
Go ahead, Raul.
Because we keep the commands out of love, not because he's threatening us, but we're doing it out of love. And that's how we become his friend, how we are his friend.
It's instructions how to love. I mean, if you don't have the Torah, I think all the love's fake, because love comes from the Father through his son Yahusha. And if you don't know him, you're just kind of going off the cuff, whatever the world says love is, love, lust, whatever it might be, personal gain, you know. And this is not what he's talking about. He's talking about the Father's love, which are the 10 words, 10 commandments.
Anybody else? Comments, questions on that? Tad, go ahead.
Seems to me like that verse 14, you are my friends, whatever I command you, just repeating basically the same thing that he's telling them in verse 9 and 10. As the Father has loved me, I have also loved you. Remain in my love. If you guard my commands, you will remain in my love. Even as I have guarded my Father's commands and remain with his love. The same thing, you are my friends if you do whatever I command you. Basically the same concept.
Yeah. If that would just say, you are my friends if you do what I command you, would be a lot easier or simple to understand. But when it says, you are my friends if you do whatever I command you, does that seem to be like, it's almost tyrannical to me? Explain that, somebody. Phyllis, go ahead.
It's possible. I don't know, but it's possible that he means if you do anything that I command you. Is that? I don't know. I was just throwing it out there.
Go ahead, Raul.
I think he explains it in the next two verses.
Oh, he does? Okay, Phil, let's look at the next two verses.
Verse 15, no longer do I call you servants, for a servant does not know what the master is doing. But I have called you friends, for all teachings which I heard from my Father, I have made known to you. You did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you that you should go bear fruit, and that the fruit should endure, so that whatever you ask the Father in my name, he might give you. These words I command you, so that you...
Hold up.
Okay.
Okay, I don't see where 16 applies to it, Raul. Maybe 15. No longer do I call you servants, for a servant does not know what his master is doing. But I have called you.
That's what I meant. 15, where he doesn't call you a servant no more. He's calling you a friend.
I heard from.
So it's not a command.
So what is he telling you? I mean, you said the next several verses, but I think 15 is the limit on that. 16, I don't think involved. But I mean, what is it? In other words,
his teaching has drawn you to him as a friend instead of because you want to know his teachings.
And you do it out of love, not out of force.
And you love your friends. It's all back to the 10 words are all about love. It's not about tyrannical, subversive control. It's about wanting this love, because this love originally comes from the Father and we're made in his image. So therefore, that's what we're trying to get back to. But the adversary tries to stand in his way. An imposter of love. And that's the biggest stumbling block there is, because that love is of the love of the world is tainted by materialism, all the things that go along with trying to get further ahead, whatever you want to call. But so he's just asking you to be his friend through love, through being obedient.
I'm not sure who had their hand up first, but Joshua?
Yeah, I just get the feeling like Raul said, in 15 here, it just feels like I've confided in you, and you've heard me, and you're with me, and to listen and to follow that and to be with him makes you his friend. It's kind of like if you're having a conversation with somebody and you tell them something really important from your heart that you mean with all your being, and they just kind of brush it off, or whatever the case, that you feel like there's a disconnect there between you two. But through his word, and through treating others well and doing his commands, you're creating a spiritual connection, a unionization. And he wants to be our friends. He wants to be our friend because of that, through that.
Phyllis?
I was thinking, I agree with everything everybody said, but I was thinking back when you were asking, you are my friends if you do whatever I command you. You were asking, does this mean he's a tyrant? And like Raul said in verse 15, he does explain. He says, because basically he's going to tell us things that he wouldn't tell a servant, but he'll tell us. And if we do what he says, I don't know how to explain any other way. I'm sorry. It sounded better in my head. Sorry.
Okay. So basically, I think what y'all are saying is once that we're in a position where we're obeying his commands, we have become his friend at that point because we're one with him. Okay, we have become his family. We're his brothers. We're his sisters. We're mishpaka, and so we're no longer servants, but we're friends within the one body. This is all, you see what I'm saying? And so possibly when he says, but I have called you friends for all teachings, which I have heard from my Father, I have made known to you, makes us his friends and not our servants, or not his servants, which means then that he wouldn't be a tyrant. And if he was a cruel master and we were his servants and we had to obey every little quest, then we would be then under no choice but under his thumb, right? But he's not, he isn't taking us into that type of relationship. He wants a loving relationship with us as friends, as really good friends or even family would have, rather than master over a servant. Okay, and he's saying in order to prove that, and the proof of that is that I have shared all the teachings of the Father with you. So if you are my friends, if you do whatever I command you, I think it's just an open-ended comment. You know, it's like almost saying, whatever, but you're not my servants, you're my friends. Because why? Because I'm fixing to lay down my life for you. And no one has greater love than this, that one should lay down his life for his friends, not his servants, but his friends. You see what I'm saying now? I think it's just an open general comment. I don't think it's meant to mean much more than that. You're my friends. And whatever I command you, okay? So, yeah, you have to obey his commands because he claims them. This is my command. It's unclaim and ownership. See what I'm saying? But what he's doing here, he's saying, yeah, you have to do that because don't forget I am Yahuwah, okay? But on the other side of the coin, I want you to know that you're my friend and I'm fixing to lay down my life for you because I love you. You see what I'm saying?
And I think that word, he's using the word friend. And, when you think about if anybody's ever had a best friend growing up where, what that relationship is like, I just think that's a really powerful word that he used. And I think that's really cool that he uses that word, friend.
Yeah, it is. But he's not, and the one thing that he's not doing here, folks, is he's not saying disrespect me. Okay, he's saying remember that I'm Yahuwah and you have to obey me, keep my commands. Okay, first of all, remember that I'm Yahuwah and respect me for who I am. But I'm also your friend because I'm fixing to lay down my life for you so that you can live. See what I'm saying? So he's maintaining the respect of him being our creator. He's not giving that, and he's not telling you to treat him like you would anybody else.
Which a tyrant doesn't have friends. A tyrannical person or God or whatever.
Yeah.
So it's just a really powerful word that he's using there. I mean, it explains a lot about his character.
It is. And so I hope you guys are understanding. I'm throwing that out there to get your minds rattling and working. I wasn't suggesting that Yahuwah was a tyrant, Okay, I'm just trying to get your minds working.
Mine's working.
Now, I can see we got some minds working. There's a lot of hands coming up.
I thought that was Phil's job.
What? Get your mind working?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, he is. Don't get him started before his time. His time's coming.
Now you're getting them wound up.
Listen, this is an open book test, and we've been answering several questions along the way.
Okay, I hope everybody's on the same page here with me on this one, but very important. Okay, let's go, Phil. Oh, go ahead, Phyllis.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to thank you, Mark, for pointing this out. This is very, very important. I hope everybody got it.
Very important. Okay. Come on, Phil, let's go.
Chapter 15, verse 16. You did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you that you should go and bear fruit, and that your fruit should endure, so that whatever you ask of the Father in my name, he might give you.
Okay, stop right there. This is extremely important verse, and we need to understand this very well. So if you don't, please raise your hand. Speak up. You did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you. Okay, do we need to go back to Acts again? You sure? Because here he's saying he appointed us. What's confirmation on that? Oh, Acts 13. We've got to go back to Acts 13 because I know people out there thinking I'm cuckoo because they think we got free will. So let's look at Acts 13 again, 48. And as many as had been appointed to everlasting life believed. Okay, go back over to Yahukanon 15, 16. You did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you. Appointed us to what? He appointed us to everlasting life before the foundations of the earth. And so we were given the gift of belief. We believe because we were chosen by him. We don't get to choose him. He chose us before the foundations of the earth. So what does that mean? Well, obviously it means the election happened before the foundations of the earth. That's what that means. Everybody seeing that? All right, so obviously you did not choose me, but I chose you. Does that sound like free will to anybody? Explain how that enters into free will. Or does it? It doesn't, does it? And it absolutely does not. And if we were appointed, that means it was something that happened before we even came about. Okay, so it's appointed and appointed you. So he chose you and he appointed you. That's in perfect harmony with Acts 13:48. So we can call it confirmation, if you will. Everybody on board? Is it hard for somebody to swallow this, to understand this? Is anybody doubting? Is anybody scratching their head saying this is going against everything I was taught by Pastor Joe? Go ahead, Phyllis.
I'm not doubting, but I have to say, this is the hardest thing you've taught us, and I'm still kind of struggling with it. Because I grew up free will. We could choose to keep, and still, we can choose to keep the commands, or we can't. But yet, we don't have free will. It's a conflict in my head.
And we're not choosing to keep the commandments. We're keeping the commandments because we're grateful for the deliverance that was already given to us before the foundations of the earth.
They're evidence of our worship.
Yeah. They're evidence that we were appointed to everlasting life. Our obedience is just evidence of that.
And just like that, it clicked. Thank you very much.
All esteem to Yahusha. All right. I know this is a hard one, but it's obvious. It's saying so. And who's saying this? Yahusha. So again, if Yahusha, something that comes out of the mouth of the master, who are we, oh man, to talk back to Yahuwah? Right? All right. So very clear here. You did not choose me. I chose you and appointed you. When did he do that? Before the foundations of the earth. The election happened before he created anything. That you should go and bear fruit. So you have to bear fruit. And that your fruit should endure. Your fruit must endure, people. If you lose your fruit, you're in big trouble. It has to endure. So that whatever you ask the Father in my name, he might give you. Is everybody seeing that you have to produce fruit and your fruit must endure? So in other words, you can't show up and to the new city or whatever, to the reign of Yahuwah, and say, knock, knock, let me in. He's going to say, nope, go away. I never knew you. You know, where's the fruit? Where's your fruit? Oh, I'm here. I'm all by myself. I'm here. I obeyed you, remember? I cast out demons in your name. I did many good works in your name. Remember? Let me in. Where's your fruit? Oh, it's just me. Let me in. I never knew you, you worthless servant. Slam the door in your face. Tell him to bind you up hand and foot and throw you into the outer darkness, where there will be weeping and gnashing of the teeth. Which outer darkness we're referencing, somebody? What does that mean?
Isn't that like permanent utter destruction?
Yeah, we can look at it as
Non-existence.
Non-existence. That's what it is. Or total annihilation. Okay.
And you know, sorry, I was about to say, because I was thinking, and I think like this is right, because you know the everlasting fire that comes up, right? Isn't that like the memorial of their destruction and annihilation? You know, the everlasting fire coming up.
I'm sorry, Draz. Say that again.
Yeah, sorry. I meant about the second death, right? You know, the everlasting fire that comes. You know, isn't that like memorial of their destruction and annihilation?
Yeah, the lake of fire is an Hebrew idiom that is speaking of total annihilation, yes, and the second death. So if you suffer the second death, it's going to be like you were never, ever born. Nobody's ever heard of you. All history of you will be wiped out. Total annihilation. It's not a place of infinite torment. In order for you to be tortured forever and ever, you would have to receive immortality, an immortal body. So why would he bother giving you an immortal body just to torture you forever and ever? Is Elohim that describes himself or defines himself as love, would he do that? I mean, it wasn't your fault that he created you. He created you from his delight because he wanted to. Why would he create you so that you had no other choice but to be an unbeliever, disobedient, and destined to the lake of fire, and then give you mortality and torture you forever? It doesn't sound like the Yahuwah I know.
You know, that would make him worse than Hitler.
Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't sound like the Yahuwah of the Natsarim to me. For him to put you out of your misery, total annihilation, is bad enough. but that's at least merciful, because you're not going to know about it. But to torture you in fire forever and ever, I think that's reserved for eternal torment. I think it's reserved for Satan and his demons, his princesses of darkness, and the anti-Mashiach and the false prophet. I think I think they will suffer torment eternally. I really do. But as far as humanity, I have a hard time with that one.
Is it? Does that make sense? Like everlasting life and then everlasting death.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So everlasting death would be the opposite of everlasting life. It makes sense, doesn't it?
Sure does.
For some reason, everlasting torment don't seem to fall in there anywhere. Go ahead, Levi.
Isaiah 66, verse 24.
Say that again.
Isaiah 66, verse 24.
Go ahead and read it.
And they shall go forth and look upon the corpses of men who have transgressed against me. For their worm shall not die, and their fire not be quenched. And they shall be repulsive to all flesh.
Okay. So when does that happen? What time era is that speaking of? It can't be the eternal reign, Levi, because flesh and blood cannot inherit the reign of Yahuwah. So it ain't talking about eternity. There's flesh there. This is all flesh.
Their worm shall not die.
Yeah, the worm that's eating their body. And what else?
And their fire not be quenched.
And the fire not be quenched. That would be their where they're rotting, they're turning back into dust. They're going to turn totally back to dust. Okay, what the time period is that talking about? It's definitely not the eternal reign. So it must be what? During the battle of
judgment.
It's
talking about judgment.
Yeah. During the Battle of Armageddon, it's going to take a long time for the Yehudim to clean up all the dead bodies. Okay. They're even going to make signs and post them for the graveyards. There's going to be so many dead people. I think it says it's going to take them 5 months to clean up all the bodies. I can't remember, but it says a period of time. So that's not talking about the eternal reign, Levi.
Okay.
It can't be. Read the last part about the flesh, all flesh. Read that.
Hold on a second. I got to find it again.
See what I'm saying? Y'all, flesh and blood is not going to inherit the reign of Yahuwah. It cannot be talking about the eternal reign.
Read what part? About the flesh?
Yeah, read the whole thing. Very carefully.
And they shall go forth and look upon the corpses of the men who have transgressed against me. For their worm shall not die, and their fire not be quenched. And they shall be repulsive to all flesh.
There you go. So all flesh means it has to be right at the Battle of Armageddon. It could go into the millennium reign when they're still cleaning up the mess, but there's going to be restoration of the earth, okay? And the bride is going to have immortality in the millennium reign, but there will be flesh and blood that exists because the Eretz is going to be repopulated and restored during the millennium reign, 1,000-year period. And that all happens 1,000 years prior to the second resurrection. Afterwards, it's the judgment and then the eternal reign. See, where no flesh will exist in the eternal reign. See what I'm saying? So that has to be either at the Battle of Armageddon, is which I believe it is. And the cleanup may go into the millennium reign before they get the mess cleaned up. It may be right on the cusp of the Battle of Armageddon and the beginning of the millennium reign may be that time period that's speaking of. It has to be because it's mentioned in flesh. It cannot be speaking of the eternal torment or eternal reign of any sort.
One thing keeps jumping on me is for their worm shall not die. And I guess this would be for, I guess, a conversation that I would have with you personally, I guess, about this. But there's something there that's ringing in my head and everything about me, and has for many years about this word.
Okay, so that's an idiom, and it's not. It doesn't mean a real earthworm is in them, or some kind of a parasite that's not going to ever die. Okay,
right. I think it's referencing to the soul, and I say that.
Yes, it's referencing their everlasting destruction. In other words, they ain't got a chance to live, man. They're going to die permanently. Their death will be everlasting in the second death. So they're died there, but they're going to die the second death. So their worm is everlasting. See what I'm saying? In other words, they're never going to see life again. They're going to die the second death. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why their worm is still there. So just speaking about, they're not going to get life, man. They're dead now. They're going to be dead in the second death as well, and they're never going to inherit life. That's all that's saying. Okay. All right. Anybody else got any comments or thoughts on that? Questions? Go ahead, Phyllis.
I hate to keep bringing it up, but I kind of tend to side with Levi. I mean, I'm sorry, but
sides with him on what?
But I can accept the fact that it's a Hebrew idiom, and the worm does not die. Maybe because the worm is Satan.
No, Satan's a dragon. Speaking of all flesh, there's a okay. Let me see if I go ahead, Phil. Did you have your hand up? Somebody had their hand up. Who was it? Joshua, go ahead. I'm going to try to find this verse here for them.
Weren't worms, snakes, cats, these things were of ancient Egyptian origin? You know, this is what the Egyptians worshipped. And isn't this why we get all the zombie symbolism everywhere? It's like these dead bodies or these animated corpses, and I don't know, man. This worm situation, and then there you talk about wormwood. I mean, this word worm is used so much biblically or scripturally. It just seems very, I don't know how to explain it, man. But I almost feel like it might be a parasitic infection of some sort, you know, at some point.
Okay, wormwood means poison water. Okay, it's not got anything to do with the worms.
Well, maybe the poison doesn't die.
Okay, go to Ezekiel. Well, it's going to die. It's the sin, poison, wormwood, all this is not going to go into the eternal reign, people. It's not happening. Go to Ezekiel 39. So it's Ezekiel 39:12. Probably need to go up. Yeah, we better go up to 8. So listen to this. See, it shall come and it shall be done, declares the Master Yahuwah. This is the Yom of which I have spoken. And those who inhabit the cities of Israel shall go out and set on fire and burn the weapons. Now, this is after Armageddon. Burn the weapons, both the shields, the armor, the bows, the arrows, the clubs and spears, and they shall make fires with them for 7 years, and take no wood from the field, nor cut down any from the forest, for with the weapons they make fire. And they shall plunder those who plundered them, and loot those who looted them, declares the Master Yahuwah. And it shall be on that day that I give Gog a burial site there in Jerusalem, or in Israel, the valley of those passing by east of the sea. and stopping those passing by, because there they shall bury Gog and all his throng, and shall call it the valley of Hammon Gog. And the house of Israel shall bury them for 7 months in order to cleanse the land. And all the people of the land shall bury them, and it shall be for a name to them on that Yom that I am esteemed, declares Master Yahuwah. So there you go. It's going to take them 7 days, 7 months, to clean up all those and bury all those bodies in that valley of Armageddon. You see that? And this is what this is speaking of, is these bodies are these people were against him. These are the armies of the enemy that came against him. Okay? And they will not come back to life. They're worms forever. The fire will not be quenched. That means they're going to be burnt in the lake of fire and totally destroyed. They will never see life again. Flesh and blood cannot inherit the eternal reign. This has nothing, and I mean nothing, to do with the eternal reign. It cannot, because flesh will not be found in the eternal reign. Go ahead, Joshua.
Oh, I'm just going to say I 100% agree with what you're saying right now, as far as the connections you're making. I agree 110% with what you're saying right now, that it also deals with the second death. But I also I've dealt with some very stressful situations with this whole COVID situation, specifically with my father, who almost was killed by COVID. And I got him an anti-parasitic, and that's what cured him. And the drug was called ivermectin, and that was the one that they banned. Our government banned it from people from using it, and it cured him. And how that drug works is it paralyzes the mouth of the parasite and prevents it from feeding. So then the parasite just starves. So because I went through that and everything that surrounds this whole COVID situation, specifically with the thing that I got kicked off the transplant list for, it impacted my life so much. It forced me to research and dig in my heart and figure out what was going on here. And I'm not saying I know what's going on, but I don't know. I don't know if it is an actual worm. I'm not trying to put thoughts into people's heads or anything like that, or say anything that is not true. But I'm just telling you what's from my heart, is that I think there is something going on surrounding that whole situation, and it's continuing to this day. And I got on last week Saturday, I got really sick, and it just makes I started taking the anti-parasitic medication. It's been only a week and I feel much better, but everyone around me is like 3 or 4 weeks into their sickness and they're still bad, and I'm starting to put 2 and 2 together, is my point here. And I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying about the second. I totally it completely makes sense. And I believe it's correct, but it just seems like there's also something else going on here that we're not privy to,
Well,
and
whatever it is, it's in this time era. Okay. The end of the latter days. Okay. It's not going off. Armageddon hasn't happened yet. It's not going off into the millennium reign. It surely isn't going off into the eternal reign. There's nothing bad going to happen.
But is this the start?
Right.
Could this be the start of the worm that doesn't die? Could this be the start of the worm that doesn't die?
I don't think there's going to be one in the eternal reign.
Yeah.
When you say
no,
not
I don't think
die,
there's going to be.
when you say not die, you're suggesting immortality. The worm's going to inherit immortality. Okay, that's going to be hurtful or contrast to us. It's going to be with us in eternity. No way, man. It's just no way. Okay, so
no, I'm not saying that.
I understand what you're saying, Joshua, but we can apply all kinds of stuff like that. All kinds of things like that. not just a worm. We can go nuts if we want to. And it's an overreach. And we got to be careful with that, because then we could be sending the wrong message to people, especially the innocent. And we don't want them going off into believing crazy things because we're trying to implement things that may not be there or may be there. We have to be careful with our mouth and what we say, just because we don't want to lead anybody astray. That's for sure. And here, Catman brought up a good point about Chernobyl. In Chernobyl, in Ukrainian, Bible, means wormwood. Okay, so Chernobyl in Russian means wormwood, which is basically poisoned waters. Okay, is what that really is. It's really a plant.
The only thing that I'm saying is that the word worm is used a lot in scriptural, and there's a reason for that, I believe. And I'm not saying what you're saying is incorrect or anything. I'm not even trying to mislead people, but I'm saying what's going on right now around the world is happening. It's right in front of our faces. There's nothing crazy about it. And there's nothing crazy about my dad taking an anti-worm medication, and it worked. So that's what I'm trying to say here I think there is something parasitic happening. And I think it deals with that COVID situation that everyone was forced to take the you-know-what, and jobs were lost. And it sure seems like it could be the mark, but, that's yet to be seen. But and what if the mark is the worm? We don't know.
I don't know.
I
don't know enough about that to speculate like that and throw that kind of stuff out there in the universe, But to me, we ain't going to have any problem knowing who took the mark or worshiped the anti-Mashiach, because as soon as the wrath of Yahuwah is poured out, they're going to break out in a big sore. Okay, and when you see that big sore, you're going to know that person took the mark or bowed down and worshiped the beast. Okay, so those are things that, what can we do about it? Nothing. So we sit here and speculate and throw all this information out there. We really should not. Okay, but
I agree about speculation, but when you're going through it, but people are going through it, Mark. People are going through it, man. It's not just my dad went through it. He almost died. I was kicked off the transplant list for it. My whole life's changed because of it. So I have to do something, right? Because
I had relatives die, not almost die, but die. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm not non-sympathetic to what you're saying. My sister died of it. She didn't almost die. She died. Okay. So I'm not unsympathetic to what you're saying. I'm just saying we got to be careful what comes out of our mouth. I don't want to make anybody stumble or mislead anybody. And this is a lot of speculation. This is based on non-truths, unprovable truths. We got to be careful what we say, man. That's all I'm saying. Let's move on. Okay. Now I forgot where we were at. Let's go back to John
19.
Okay, let's go, Phil.
John 15, verse 19. If you were of the world would love its own. But because you are not of the world, but I chose you out of the world, for that reason the world hates you. Remember the word that I said to you, a servant is not greater than his master. If they persecuted me, they shall persecute you too. If they have guarded my word, they would guard yours too. But all this they shall do to you because of my name, because they do not know him who sent me.
Okay, stop right there.
Okay.
Okay, so backing up here, these words I command you so that you love one another. If the world hates you, you know that it hated me before you. If you were of the world would love its own. Okay, so what is this speaking of? Why was the world hates you? If the world hates you, you know that it hated me before you. What's he saying that for? Why is the world going to hate you?
They're going to hate
Okay.
you because of his name. They want the fake name. They've been brought up with it. And so they're going to hate you and be offended by his name, because they're going to realize the name they are worshiping is false.
And also because he's not of this world.
Say that again.
It's because Yahusha is not of this world.
Okay, that's closer. Yeah, and so they hated him, right? Okay, so if he came back to life and he's living in you, they're going to hate you because it's Yahusha's living in you. That's why they hate you. Everybody seeing that? If you didn't have Yahusha living in you, the world would not hate you because you would be part of the world. But since he's living in you, you're set apart from the world. You're no longer of the world. You're in the spiritual realm now. You're a spiritual child walking in spirit and truth. They hate you. And you better believe they recognize you. Is there anybody here that thinks that the world doesn't recognize them if they have the Ruach in them? They know you do. That's why they hate you. You know how many times I've seen people staring at me with the evil eye? If looks could kill, I'd be dead about 100 times by now. I just walk into the store and I'm getting all these dirty looks. Why? Because they know that Yahusha's in me. They know I represent the light, and they hate me for it. That's why.
The same thing happens to me too, pretty much a lot too. When I go like somewhere, like, let's say for example, like you can go like for example to the library, or you can go to the grocery store, and people look at you so like, I don't know, it's so weird. Like, you feel like you're awakened, and then they are in this matrix. You kind of like you feel it.
Yeah, you feel it. And plus, if they have a demon in them, if they're demon possessed, there's a lot more people demon possessed than you think. Number one, if anybody's hurting themselves, if they're cutting themselves, if they're tattooing themselves all up, getting piercings, doing all this weird stuff, there's a demon behind that stuff, man. There's more people demon possessed than you think. All right. And these demons, when they look at you, if you're a child of light, guess what they see? You look like a light bulb to them. You're glowing. They see the light in you, and they hate you. But they don't dare come near you because they know who's in you.
Oh, yeah.
And also because they hate light.
They hate life. They worship death. That's true.
But they're ultimately terrified. And if his name is on your lips, as it is on mine all the time, I'll whisper his name. I say his name everywhere I go. It clears the path for all these dogs on a leash to get out of the way, because you come in peace. You come with courtesy. You give them no malice. You give them no reason to hate you, but yet they do in their internal spirit, because the lack of light, for sure.
Yeah. So, so since the Yahusha's in you, he's living his life through you now. They recognize that, and since they hated him, they hate you now because he's living in you. He's still alive, and they hate it, and that they see him in you. All right. So if you were of the world would love its own. So if you didn't have the Ruach in you, then they would like you and they would accommodate you and stuff like that. But because you are not of the world, because you've been set apart from the world, listen to this now. But I chose you out of the world. For that reason, the world hates you. What's that mean?
That kind of means that he has awakened.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. You've been awakened. You came out of darkness into his marvelous light.
And they're jealous, just like Hashatan is jealous. He didn't get chosen. They didn't get chosen, and they know they didn't. So they hate you for it. But yet they have no grounds to hate you as far as you personally. It's the Father in you. It's the Ruach HaKodesh in you that's causes this anger in their heart.
Very good, Phil.
You know, isn't it true that the demons tremble at light? You know, when they see the light.
Oh, for sure. They're scared out of their minds. All you have to use his name. His name, they leave. They can't stand it.
You know what also makes them tremble? The knowledge that Yahuwah is one.
Yep.
When you say Yahuwah is one, they tremble because they know he's one. And they know you're speaking truth about the light. And it scares them big time. Okay, so since you were chosen out of the world is the reason the world hates you. Because once you're pulled, you're set apart, chosen, you're no longer part of the world, which means you're no longer in the pit with them. Okay, you've been pulled out of the pit. Okay, and misery loves company. So they wanted to pull you back down into the pit with them so you can waller in the mire. Waller in the pig pen with them. They hate that you escaped, right? And they know that, but can they change? Not unless they're one of the appointed, the chosen. They can't escape on their own. Any questions on this one? Comments? Anything at all? One thing we need to remember is there's different heirs, people. Man has been allotted 6,000 years to rule over himself. Age of man, 6,000 years. Okay. And then there's another era called the millennium reign, which is living under the rule of Yahusha, like it always should have been. So it's going to be restored back to how it was. And then we're going to live under the obedience to the commandments and under the rule of Mashiach, like it should have been all along. Okay. And then we go into another era, which is eternal reign. All right. So we have the reign of man, we have the millennium reign, and we have the eternal reign. And different things can happen within these reigns, within this era. And we have to be able to decipher that, discern the different reigns and what happens in them when we read scripture. Okay. Otherwise, we blend it all together and it's nothing but chaos and confusion. And people get lost, confused. And that's when untruths start coming out. We got to be careful of that. Got to be able to organize the different errors and what happens, the events within them happens correctly. We can't mix them and blend them. There's defined lines there. There truly is. Any other questions on this? Okay, Phil, let's go.
Verse 22. If I had not come and spoken to them, they would have no sin. But now they have no excuse for their sin.
Oh, wow. What does that mean? Somebody, what does that mean? Go ahead, Phyllis.
They wouldn't be guilty because they were raised ignorantly and they weren't taught the truth. But now Yahusha's come and revealed the truth to them, and they're still not accepting it.
But they have no excuse because they've heard the message, but they've turned away. So if they say anything or, offer any rebuttal, it's going to come right back in their face.
Raul?
The truth set you free, so you have no excuse anymore. that's why I think they say you're better off being someone that does not believe in anything than believing in the wrong.
Sharon?
That brings, I don't know, a question, statement, whatever. That brings me to John 9:39-41. And in 30, I think it's 31 says that Yah doesn't hear a sinner's prayer. Okay. I think that's in 31. I mean 9:31. But he tells them that I can't see, it's dark in here. Does somebody have it? It's chapter 39:41. There it is. Okay, let's see. And Yahusha said, for judgment I have come into the world, that those not seeing might see, and those seeing might become blind. He goes on to talk. These are the Pharisees and all. And those who are Prushim, I don't know that word, Prushim, who were with him, heard these words and said to him, are we blind too? And Yahusha said to them, if you were blind, you would have no sin. But now you say, we therefore, you said, see, therefore you remain in your sins remain. A question, statement, whatever, is if they don't even know they're sinning, how can they, is he judging on the fact that they don't, the ignorance or didn't know or what?
Yes,
go ahead.
It says, if I had not come and spoken to them, they would have no sin.
That's right.
But now they have no excuse for their sin.
Okay. But if you're looking at our generations past, that, my mom, a believer, okay? But again, they were going to the circus. But the whole point is she didn't know. She came out of orphanage learning, okay? So at that point, she would not have sin because she didn't even know it to be sin, is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
So in that, I always go off the basis, well, Father says that he'll judge the heart. So that's what I just say when, somebody has passed or whatever, okay? Yah's going to judge the heart. He knows that if they truly understood the love and the commandments of our Father. So, he says in John 8, hold on a second, John 8:32, and you shall know the truth, and the truth will make you free. And everybody says set. It does not say said makes. So there was an action that Yahusha did so that we would be made free. Okay. But, because we understand that we understood that Yahuwah chose us from the foundation of the world. And I believe that. Okay. But again, does he not say in his word that some will fall away? So I'm just kind of like just throwing things out there. And, I know that in my heart is if we can get the truth out, that they're going to hear it. And when I go to somebody and talk to them, I always say our Father, because he is our creator. It's now at that point, it's your choice, I can't.
This is specifically saying, if I had not come and spoken to them, they would have no sin.
Mm-hmm.
So what does that mean? Go ahead, Raul.
He taught them the Torah, and once you know the Torah, you know what sin is, and once you know what sin is, you have no excuse.
Yes, he was taught. he was talking to the Pharisees, so they knew better. But I'm talking about those who do not know. They're blind. They don't know.
Yeah, I chose them that way.
Oh, my husband says Yah chose them that way. Okay, well, all right.
Well, go ahead.
Good, yeah.
Oh,
Go ahead.
well, I was just going to comment that then their conscience will be their judge. If they don't know and they do, but then they sin against their own conscience, then they're sinning.
That's correct. Now, there's 3 ways that people will be judged, okay? Because no one's going to have an excuse. You're not even going to talk. There's not going to be no defense, okay, or anything at all. You're going to know you're guilty. Those 3, his will is written in 3 different places. He gave it to us 3 ways. 1, in our conscience. He placed it in our conscience to know right from wrong. Torah. He also placed it in his creation to know him and believe in him just in creation. And then he gave us the Torah because of transgression. He gave us the Torah, okay, which means that with these 3 accounts, they have no excuse for their sin.
You know,
Okay?
does that also connect with 2 Peter chapter 2, verse 20 to 21, where it says, "For if, after they have escaped the defilements..."
You know, I don't know about that, Draz. I like John 8:24 better. Look at John 8:24. We go to 8:24. I mean, I guess it could be, Draz. 8:24. Therefore, I said to you that you shall die in your sins. For if you do not believe that I am he, you shall die in your sins. So he had to come and tell them who he was, that he was the Lamb of Yahuwah. He was the blood sacrifice for your sins. Otherwise, you would have no sin. In other words, there would be no need for a sacrifice, but yet he came and sacrificed his blood, which means they have no excuse for their sin now because he offered a way out, a pardon through his precious blood. You see what I'm saying? But as far as Sharon, what you're kind of saying there, and I'm hearing you, that I think a lot of that truth there that you're trying to share with us is probably related more to Genesis 3:5-7. So if we go to that, Genesis 5-7, look, he came and died and shed his blood. Okay, so obviously they have sin. If he wouldn't have done, if they had no sin, he wouldn't have had to come and do that. You understand that? See what I'm saying now? But because he came and shed his blood for the sins of the world, then they have no excuse for their sin. If he didn't have to do that, then they'd have no sin. There would have been no need for the Mashiach, the Lamb of Yahuwah. You see that? It's a hard direction to pick up on, but that's what it's pointing at. Now, look at Genesis 3:5-7. Maybe it'll clear up a little bit more here. So 3:5-7. Make sure I'm in the right place. Yeah. For Elohim knows that in the day you eat of it, your eyes shall be opened, and you shall be like Elohim, knowing good and evil. Okay, so before their eyes were open, they didn't see sin or good or evil. Okay. But once their eyes were open, then they saw it and they sinned, and therefore they have no excuse for their sin. So since they say their eyes are open, they remain in their sin.
I understand that those Pharisees remained in their sins, but he's saying at
Oh, everybody does.
at the beginning, he's saying in 39 that they're blind. They do not even know they're sinning. I'm like, okay, so that if they don't know it to be sin, then what is he? How does he? Is he like? Are those people like the what's his name? Pharaoh? How do y'all say it? Pharaoh? Pharaoh, who he used to bring forth his purpose? Are those blind still the ones that Yah is using to bring forth his esteem and his purpose? Okay.
Yahukanon 9:41 says, Yahusha said to them, if you were blind, you would have no sin. But now you say, we see, therefore your sin remains.
Because you see him. I mean, he's Yahuwah. But the thing is, they knew the word, and they knew, you know what, you already know. But those that I'm thinking that he's talking about in 39 are those who don't see it all. That don't see it all. But those who do, like we see, that it be sin, it is sin unto us if we don't go to repent and get immersed. Because we know we know the truth.
What are you talking about in 39?
No, 9:39, where he's talking about those who see and those who are made blind. I mean, those are made blind. Oh, where is it? 39.
And Yahusha said, for judgment I have come into the world, that those not seen might see, and those seen might become blind. And so those seen, their eyes have been opened, and they see the knowledge of evil, good and evil, that they may be blinded so they don't see evil anymore, that they only see the good.
Okay, now I know. They go along with evil. Is that what you're saying?
Once your eyes are opened, you have the knowledge of good and evil.
Correct.
Just like Adam and Kua did.
Yeah.
But if you're blind, you don't see the evil, the darkness. You don't know anything about that.
That's right. That's right. That's what I'm saying. So if they're blind, that means their eyes were never open to the truth.
On the other side of the coin. So if you're saying in context that somebody's blind and now they see because Yahuwah opened up their eyes to see that they're in darkness, and he opened up their eyes with his light so they could come out of the world, be set apart to him, that's a different context. So I was blind, but now I see, okay? But in this context, they were blind, and when their eyes were open and they saw evil, and they understood and received the knowledge of evil, and now we're living in this fallen world because we disobeyed Yahuwah and chose to obey the devil and committed idolatry. So you can't blend the two. It depends on context.
Yeah. You understand, Sheriff?
No, but I'll go over it again and ask the Father to teach me again, because I'm having a hard time figuring that out. I'm like,
it's okay to have a hard time and not understand something fully.
That's just me. I'll go back and ask him again, because I've gone over and over and over that. Because once we're his seed, we are in 1 John 3:9-10. We are of his seed, so born from above. But the thing is these people that I'm understanding here, their prayers aren't even answered because they're still sinners. So these people that are blind are still sinners to me, but they can't see, is what I'm getting.
They're blind, but because they say they see, they remain in their sin.
Okay. I think
when they say they're blind, but they say, I see, all they're seeing is evil, wickedness, darkness.
But they stayed in it, right? Is that what you're saying? Stayed in that darkness.
He hasn't called them out. Yeah, they're in it.
I got it.
In other words, it depends on the context that you're speaking of. Okay?
Okay, got it.
It'd be all right. It'll come. All right. You know, that's advanced, man. That's up there, you know, so it's
Yeah.
okay. You know, we all learn, we're all at different levels. We all learn at different intervals. Yahusha opens stuff up to people, and some people he doesn't, but later on he will. And then sometimes we find out that our interpretation was wrong, and so we correct ourselves, and then we teach the truth, you know. And
That's
so we
why
can't be
some are
egotistic either.
some of the pillars, some of the stones, and we all come together at the millennium. We form the temple as one, and he's going to download everything anyway. He's going to say, "Here, that's what I've been trying to tell you." My version.
Iron sharpens iron.
Yes.
Anybody else have comments or questions? Is everybody kind of understanding this conversation we just had? All right. Okay, I think we left off there. Go ahead, Phil.
Okay, verse 23. Excuse me. He who hates me hates my Father as well.
What does that mean? Go ahead, Phyllis.
They're the same. They're one and the same. So it's
Oneness.
together.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Phil.
If I did not do among them the works which no one else did, they would have no sin. But now they have seen and have hated both me and my Father. But that word might be concluded, which was written in their Torah. They hated me without cause.
Okay, stop. So that right there kind of explains what me and Sharon was just talking about. If I did not do among them the works which no one else did, what does that mean? What's that mean?
No one else could perform those miracles but Yahuwah.
Yahuwah is the only one that could do them things. So what does that mean then? That Yahusha must be Yahuwah, because no man can do those things, right?
Right.
Okay, so he's saying very clearly here, if I did not do among them the works which no one else did, they would have no sin. You see that? So he just rephrased what we were just talking about. So somebody explain that now. If I did not do among them the works which no one else did, they would have no sin. But now they have both seen and have hated both me and my Father. Explain that. Keeping in mind what we just talked about up here previously. But now they have no excuse for their sin. If I had not come and spoken to them, they would have no sin. But now they have no excuse for their sin. And then down here he's saying, if I did not do among them the works which no one else did, they would have no sin. But now they have both seen, and have hated both me and my Father. But that the word might be concluded, which was written in their Torah. They hated me without a cause. Everybody, can somebody explain that now?
They're following the Torah, but they don't even realize where it's coming from.
Ooh.
They were trying to be more righteous in their own minds and their own hearts and have control over the people with his knowledge. And that's why one of the reasons why they hid his name too, I think.
There you go. Anybody else? This is a hard one, you'd see. I mean, this is, if you're not seeing it, there's no shame in that. I mean, it's this higher level stuff here. Higher level insight. It's a deep spiritual insight. Go ahead, Phil.
It's like they want to keep Yahuwah for themselves. So in their greed from denying his teachings and making up their own teachings. They're trying to keep him for themselves. And then, of course, it's just gone the opposite way by not loving their neighbor and sharing the truth, because some of them may know the truth. They have created a doctrine of their own grandeur, stealing Yahuwah's esteem and taking it for themselves, just like their father Hashatan has tried to do.
Yeah. So if you hate somebody, is that a sin to death? Go ahead, Phyllis.
I think it is, but because he said if you hate somebody, you murder them. But I was thinking about the Pope, who is they want to usurp the place of Yahuwah also. So history's repeating itself.
Yeah. So if he had not come to spoken to them, and if he did not do among them the works which no one else could do, they would have no sin. In other words, but now that they both seen and have hated both me and my Father, that the world can be included, they hated me without a cause, is because their eyes were open to sin, so their sin would remain. But since they saw him and his miracles and they heard his testimony, they have no excuse for their sin, so they become sinners. Okay, and so therefore he would not have to had come if they had no sin. But since they had sin, then he had to come, and therefore, when he came, he exposed their sin, that their eyes were open.
And they're condemned by their own words.
Yeah, because they were saying, I see. Okay. And since they were saying that, then their sin remains. And so they saw him, and says, and then they both seen and have hated both me and my Father. And so now their sin is revealed. I wish I could say it better. Anybody else got a better way of saying that?
I heard it.
Cool.
I thought you said it well. Thank you, Sharon, for saying it first.
Okay. All righty then. They hated me without a cause. That's a mind-blowing statement, isn't it? Do you ever feel that way? Sometimes I do. I feel like people hate me without a cause. Have I become your enemy for speaking truth to you? I feel that a lot of times, man. I really do. I can relate to that. And there's no wonder, if Yahusha's in you, we can experience the same experience that he had when he walked here. It shouldn't be a surprise to us at all. Okay. Any questions, comments at this point? Okay, Phil.
Verse 26, and when the Helper comes, whom I shall send you from the Father, the Ruach of the truth, who comes from the Father, he shall bear witness of me. But you also bear witness, because you have been with me from the beginning.
All right. Thanks, Phil. Okay, so what does that mean? And when the Helper comes?
The Ruach.
Okay. The Paraclete means the helper, right? Whom I shall send. Listen to this. I shall send. Yahusha saying he's going to send the comforter to you from the Father, the Ruach of the truth, who comes from the Father. And he shall bear witness of me. Okay, so what is he talking about here? Is he got control over the Ruach HaKodesh In what way? Go ahead, Raul.
He is the Ruach HaKodesh.
Okay. Whom I shall send to you from the Father. So is the Father and the Ruach Kadesh separate?
Nope.
They're the same?
Yes.
Okay, someone explain this passage while maintaining the oneness of Yahuwah. And when the Helper comes, whom I shall send to you from the Father, the Ruach of the truth, who comes from the Father, he shall bear witness of me. Someone explain this while maintaining the oneness of Yahuwah.
It's like you always say, Mark, he's doing different works. He's using different caps, but he is still the one.
Yeah, different roles. He's playing the different roles.
Thank you. I couldn't come up with that word.
Well, anybody else want to take a shot at it?
He's one power, echad, one. John 17 is so powerful because he explains it that he wants to be one with us, the Father, the Son, the Ruach, and us, one. Verse 26, he tells us to know his name. Well, what's your name, Abba? Yahuwah. Yahuwah.
Anybody else?
Yahusha is the example of what the Father wants to be in each and every one of the ones he chooses. So therefore, he has the power to give the Ruach HaKodesh to anyone he chooses.
Is from the beginning referencing from the beginning of creation?
Where at, Josh?
Sorry, it's at the end of 27. Because you have been with me from the beginning.
Yeah. So, but you also bear witness. He's speaking to who when he says that? Who's he talking to? Who's the listeners here?
His 12 disciples.
Bear witness because you have been with me from the beginning. Go ahead, Raul.
The Talmudim.
Okay. So he's speaking to them, and so the Ruach will bear witness of me, but you also bear witness because you have been with me from the beginning.
Yeah, no, it just makes me wonder if he's referencing to the present time or if he's referencing from beginning of creation, even, you know.
Okay, I think literally he's speaking about when he began his ministry, if you will, lack of words. Okay, then he first did his first miracle, and he chose them to follow him, right?
Yeah, but I mean, like, I'm just going back to what you were saying about being chosen from the beginning. You know what I mean? So.
Well, spiritually, he could be speaking of that. So yeah, both would be correct.
I'm glad you brought that up, Josh. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah. So I say both correct. It could be literally, it could be from the beginning of his ministry, and spiritually, it could be before the foundations of the world when they were chosen and they were appointed to everlasting life. If Yahuwah appointed us, his chosen, to everlasting life, okay, does that mean that he knew us beforehand, before he created anything? Did he know us?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And so we were with him in the beginning. Had to. If he chose us, appointed us to everlasting life before he created anything, obviously then he knew us. Phyllis, go ahead.
Josh, I was looking at you for bringing that up.
Say that again.
I said, I'm glad Josh brought that up, because I was looking at this again, and it says, he shall bear, when the Ruach, he's 26, and when the helper comes, that would be the Paraclete, right? Whom I shall send to you from the Father, the Ruach or the truth, who comes from the Father. He, the Paraclete, shall bear witness of me, but you also bear witness, because you have been with me from the beginning. So there's two witnesses once again.
Good point.
Okay. So both. It can definitely be both. In its literal sense would be his Talmudum, and then in the spiritual sense, his chosen, election. Anybody else?
You know, we also see when he started his ministry, I think he already knew those 12, because he chose them for a reason.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he definitely knew them.
Yeah, he said, I know who I've chosen.
Yeah.
Remember that?
For example, when he came to Simon Kepha, right? He came to, Peter Kepha. He already knew his name, so he was always wondering, like, wait, how do you know my name? Right? He never even said what his name is. He just came to his boat and then said, like, let's go fishing.
Yeah, and back in Yahukanon 13, no, it'd be 18. I do not speak concerning all of you. I know whom I have chosen, but that the scripture might be concluded, he who eats bread with me has lifted up his heel against me. And so he knew who the betrayer was. So he knew him. I know whom I have chosen. He says so. So yeah, he knew them in the beginning, before the creation. So it's kind of mind-blowing to think that he knew you before he created you, and therefore you must have existed before he created anything. But it becomes less of a problematic when we understand that Yahuwah is not restricted by tenses. They're his creation.
What about Judas, like, in John 17, like, he's said to be the son of destruction. Does that mean that he's going to perish, because he said that none of these perish, but only one who is son of destruction? Does that mean that he'll be, like, permanently annihilated? The one who betrayed him?
Yeah.
Because isn't he, like, didn't Yahusha, like, curse him with the bread to give him?
Well,
and then the devil came into his, kind of manifested in the flesh in him.
Well, he identified him, and demon possession is not a grounds for second death. And there's a lot of people that were demon possessed, but he healed them. So
no, but it says, but in the scripture it says the devil, which is Satan, was manifested in him.
Yeah.
In Judas.
Yeah, he entered him.
So
it also says that Judas repented too. So why would it mention that?
But he's called son of destruction, so isn't he kind of like going to be annihilated, or?
I don't know. If the scripture says he repented, I guess it's how you interpret it. There's no unforgivable sin that I know of, except for blaspheming of the Ruach HaKodesh. That's all. That's the only one I know of. And it does. Why would scripture mention that Yehuda repented? So that's, I don't know. I guess it's
No, I don't know. It just really kind of like bothered me since the beginning, because that's how I've been taught, right? That he's, condemned to destruction.
Yeah.
Because, Yahusha also says so that scripture might be fulfilled. But it still bothers me. Like, I don't know, maybe we will I guess maybe go to that subject when we actually go through John 17, but I guess it's still good to talk about it, I guess. Because I don't know, it still bothers me, like, his faith and all of that, like,
yeah. I hear what you're saying, and we're definitely going to touch back on that subject later. But it's a hard one. But I did touch on that on one of our studies not too long ago. Go ahead, Raul.
I would say to Draz that Yehuda was given a dirty job because they knew what he was going to do, and that he repented. So he might be forgiven, because something that was, it wasn't like he did it out of his own. I mean, he was possessed, and he was chosen to do a very bad thing.
Yeah, that kind of makes me kind of have a different, like, a view of Yehuda, because didn't he say something like, but because he came to the Pharisees, right, and he returned the 30 coins, and he said, I have betrayed the innocent blood. Didn't he say that? Like, didn't he, like, that was his repentance, right? Because he said, like, I have betrayed an innocent blood.
Yeah, let's look at it, Traz. It's in Matthew 27. So let's go to Matthew 27 and look at this real quick. And starting in verse 3. Mute your mics, you guys, so we don't get echoing here. Let's control our mics. Okay, so Matthew 27, starting in verse 3, y'all. Then Yehuda, which is Judas, okay, he who delivered him up, having seen that he had been condemned, so he had been condemned, like you're saying, Draz, repented. He repented. See that? He repented. Returned the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priest and to the elders, saying, I have sinned in delivering up innocent blood. And they said, what is that to us? You see to it. Like, that's your problem now, buddy, right? And throwing down the pieces of silver in the temple, he left and went and hanged himself. And the chief priest took the silver pieces and said, it's not right to put them into the treasury, seeing they are the price of blood. So they took counsel and bought with them the potter's field for the burial of strangers. Therefore, that field has been called the field of blood until today. So the purchase of the potter's field then would have been contributed to Judas, and he would be the owner of that, and he would be the one.
Do we know where that? Do we know where that place is today? To this day, does anybody know where that's at?
So Judas did repent. Okay, so this place would have to be close to Jerusalem somewhere, Joshua. Somewhere around Jerusalem, just outside Jerusalem, probably somewhere, because that's where they were. That's where they were all at. And Judas fled and hung himself. So it had to be right around the hills of Judea somewhere, very close to Jerusalem. Okay, and it's probably a graveyard. If it's there today, it would be a graveyard. Okay, somewhere around Jerusalem there. I don't know if we can. I don't know if anybody can identify it exactly, but it has to be right in the vicinity of Jerusalem. So here we see that Judas did repent. He did give back the money. After they told him, you deal with it, it's your problem. You know, he hung himself. And then they took that money and they purchased that potter's field for the burial of strangers or very poor people. And so since that was, they purchased that with the money they paid to Judas, then it was, this field would have been the property of Judas because they refused to take the money back. So they acted on this representing purchase made by Judas. Okay. So we don't hear much more about this. The only other place is in Acts 1. So go to Acts 1, and it speaks a little bit about it, not a whole lot. I don't know. I guess probably start in 15, Acts 1:15, so it makes more sense, I guess. And in those days, Kepha, standing up in the midst of the Talmudim, and there was a gathering of about 120, said, men and brothers, this scripture had to be filled, which the Ruach HaKodesh spoke before by the mouth of Daud concerning Yehuda or Judas, who became a guide to those who seized Yahusha, because he was numbered with us and did receive his share in this service. See that? He received his share in this service of Yahuwah. That would be an inheritance. Speaking of an inheritance right there. This one, therefore, purchased a field with the wages of injustice. Therefore, we can see there now that the purchase made by the Pharisees with the silver that was given to Judas was contributed to Judas, not to the Pharisees. And falling forward, he burst open in the middle, and all his intestines gushed out. And it became known to all those dwelling in Jerusalem, so that in their own language that field was called Kakwel Dama, that is, field of blood. Okay. Now, in 20 it says, for it has been written in the book of Psalms, let his dwelling lie waste, and let no one live in it, and let another take his office. Okay. So what happened here? It's hard to say, because there was a mention of inheritance, a service, a part of the service, or they inherited and got inheritance the same as the other 12 got, because he was one of them. He was chosen with them. Okay. And he repented, and so being the son of destruction and fulfilling what he was born to do, it's up to Yahuwah whether or not he's going to deliver him. And Yahuwah can have compassion on whoever he chooses to have compassion, and he can favor whomever he favors. So I guess it's according to our, private interpretation here, whether or not you think that Yahuwah is going to have compassion and favor Judas for doing what he was born to do or not. There's hints of it, but there's also question marks of whether or not he was born or he was appointed to everlasting life or not. Did he believe? Yeah, he did believe, didn't he? So it says those who are appointed to everlasting life will believe. That's how we know, because they're going to hear his voice and believe. I don't know anywhere in Scripture that says that Judas did not believe. Do any of you? Go ahead, Raul.
If we don't have free will, then he had no free will to do that out of his own.
That's correct. He did what he was born to do. That's why he came to the earth, to do what he was born to do, and that's to betray the Messiah. I mean, I wouldn't want the job. You know what I mean? I'm glad it wasn't my job to betray the Messiah. That I can say. I can be thankful for that.
Isn't that prophesied in Zechariah that Yahuwah will be betrayed with the 30 silvers, coin of silvers?
Yeah.
Zechariah, I think Zechariah chapter 11, I think. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
Which one?
That's in there. Actually, it's mentioned several places.
Oh, okay. I only know like Zechariah. That's all I know, but I don't know the other place.
Yeah, it's in there. It's in several different places. It mentions 30 pieces of silver. Anytime you see that, it's speaking of the master, for sure.
But isn't that kind of saying that, because we know that Yahuwah is Yahusha, but isn't that somewhere in Zechariah say that about Yahuwah?
Say
or
that
something
again?
like that. Like, isn't somewhere in scripture, I think, like in Zechariah, talking about Yahuwah being betrayed? If I remember correctly.
Yeah,
I don't know how it says exactly.
Yeah, Zechariah 11 talks about 30 pieces of silver. Exodus 21:32 speaks of it. And like I said, there's a different, matter of fact, I think it's even in Jeremiah. And I don't know. There's other places. But anyways, when you read that, it's definitely speaking about the master. But Zechariah.
Oh yeah, here it is.
Yeah.
In Zechariah chapter 11, verse 12. And I said to them,
Mhm.
It is good in your eyes, give me my wages, and if not, refrain. So they weighed out for my wages 30 pieces of silver. And Yahuwah said to me, Throw it to the potter, the splendid price at which I was valued by them. And I took the 30 pieces of silver and threw them into the house of Yahuwah for the potter.
Yeah. So what's that speaking of? I mean, obvious.
Speaking of the master.
The master and Judas. And so Judas' destiny is written right there in Zechariah 11. So he couldn't do, if I'm sure if Judas could do anything but what he did, he would have. But he really had no choice. He had to fulfill his destiny, if you will, what he was born to do. Pharaoh was the same way. Remember in the Exodus where he told Moses that the Pharaoh said, let him go. And then Yahusha said, he's not going to let him go. He was born for this moment to esteem me. He's going to deny it. Right? And then what happened? Pharaoh went back against what he said and he didn't let him go. So, matter of fact, what did he do? He made their life more miserable and told them to make bricks without straw. That's what he did. He went back on his word. Because he couldn't do anything different. It's what he was born to do. He was born for that very moment of time to do exactly what he did. Does that sound like free will to you?
Nope. I mean, I don't think that Judas wouldn't do that by his own will. I mean, because we know that when they were eating, right? And then Yahusha says that one of you will betray me, and Judah was like, he was like, isn't that me or something like that? Like, I don't know how exactly he said, but
well, did he say he dipped his bread and then Shaitan entered him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And I just want to kind of seal the deal on this free will thing here, because I know that's a hard thing to grasp. So everybody go to Isaiah 46. Isaiah 46. And we'll probably kind of start in 8. So Isaiah 46, 8. Read it down through the end. Now listen real closely to this. Remember this, and show yourselves men. Turn it back. That means repent. You transgressors, remember the former events of old. For I am all, and there is no one else. Elohim, and there is no one like me, declaring the end from the beginning. Okay, so is he declaring the end from the beginning of himself, of eternity? Heck no. He's declaring the end of his creation. That's why we know his creation is limited. It's restricted to existence. He's declaring the beginning from the end of his creation. And from of old, that which has not yet been done, that means his creation is not ended yet, saying, now listen closely. This is Yahuwah saying it. My counsel does stand, and all my delight I do. Calling a bird of prey from the east, the man who executes my counsel from a distant land. Indeed, I have spoken it. I also bring it to pass. I have planned it. I also do it. Listen to me, you stubborn-hearted who are far from righteousness. I shall bring my righteousness near. It is not far off. In my deliverance, it is not delayed. And I shall give deliverance in Zion, my esteem to Yisrael. His righteousness is our righteousness. Everybody seeing what he's saying here? He planned this, everything. He planned it. He spoke it. He did it for his own delight, on his own purpose. Is why he did it, okay? He spoke it. He's bringing it all to pass. He planned it all, and he also do it. I also do it. He's the one doing it all. You seen what Yahuwah is saying here? Is there free will? No. This is all Yahuwah doing it. He planned it. He spoke it. He's doing it. His will be done. His will be done. This is all. Why did he do it? For his delight. For his delight. Not ours, for his. Job is a beautiful book to read to understand this. It really, truly is. Yahuwah asked Job a startling, really, question. Where were you? Where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth? You know so much. See, so people think they know more than they really do. And, you know, they want to be praised and esteemed for their folly of knowledge that they do have. They really don't have any, you know. But the knowledge that we do have is given to us by Yahuwah, if it's truth. In order to understand that we only have 6,000 years, folks, all we have to do is go to Job 5:19. So if you go to Job 5:19, it says, in 6 distresses he delivers you, and in 7 no evil strikes you. And so what he's talking about here in 6 distresses is 6 millenniums, 6,000 years. he delivers you. And then 7, on the 7th day or millennium, no evil strikes you. Because why? The devil's going to be locked up. That's why. And the false prophet and the anti-Mashiach will be thrown into the lake of fire. So no evil is going to be tempting you and harming you during the millennium reign. So after 6 millenniums, he delivers you. And the 7, no evil strikes you. And now all we got to do is compare that to Hosea. And so if you go to Hosea, then everybody go to Hosea. So Hosea 6, 1 through 3. This is the known as the Hosea 6 prophecy. Come and let us turn back to Yahuwah. That means repent. For he has torn, but does heal us. So he's disciplined us, but he heals us. He has stricken, but he binds us up. After 2 days, he shall revive us, and on the 3rd Yom, he shall raise us up so that we live before him. So let us know, let us pursue to know Yahuwah. And so here he's confirming then after 2 days or 2 millenniums after his death, which he died on the 4,000th year, 2 days later, he revives us. That's the first resurrection. And on the 3rd Yom, after his death, will be the 7,000th year or the 7th day. He shall raise us up, resurrect us, and we will live before him in the millennium reign. So this is confirmation. Okay, so 46 here is very important. Isaiah 46, to understand what Yahusha or Yahuwah is saying there. And it definitely does not hint at free will. I'm sorry, it doesn't. He said, I spoke it, I planned it, I do it for my own delight. Pretty heavy duty words coming from Yahuwah there. And again, he tells Job in Job 39:2, who is this who darkens counsel by words without knowledge? So you don't know what you're talking about. You have no knowledge, Job. Now gird up your loins like a man. That means get ready, get set. I'm coming at you with some questions now. Get yourself ready. It's an idiom. And I ask you, and you answer me, where were you when I laid the foundations of the earths? Declare it if you have understanding. Who set its measurements, if you know? Or who has stretched the line upon it? Upon what were its foundations sunk? Or who has laid its cornerstone? When the morning stars, which is Malachim, sang together, and all the sons of Elohim, which is Malachim, shouted for joy. So the Malachim watched as Yahuwah created the Shemayim and the Yeretz, and they were singing and cheering as he did so. Can you imagine him speaking creation into existence and watching it? Well, to my understanding, in my opinion, you will one day, when the 7 thunders sound. And you'll be cheering and singing like the Malachim did when he makes a new heaven and a new earth. In the same fashion he did the first time in 6 days, and we will rest on the 7th. The 7th thunder will be the Shabbat. Or who enclosed the sea with doors when it burst forth and came from the womb? When I made the clouds its garment and thick darkness its swaddling band, and assigned for it my law, and set bars and doors, and said, this far you have come, but no farther, and here your proud waves stop. Have you ever commanded the morning and caused the dawn to know its place, to take hold of the ends of the arets and the wrong be shaken out of it? It is changed like clay under a seal, and they stand out like a robe, and their light is withheld from the wrong, and the arm lifted up is broken. Have you come to the sources of the sea, or have you walked about in the recess of the deep? Were the gates of death revealed to you, or have you seen the gates of the shadow of death? Have you understanding the breath of the arets? Have you understood the breath of the arets? Declare if you know it all. Oh man, oh mouthy man. That was me saying that. All right. So think about all that. That's a deep, deep thought process there. I know we've all been taught we have free will and we get to choose if we want to be obedient or not. But I got news for you. Your destiny's been inscribed in the Shemayim before he created anything. How do I know that? Because your name's in the book of the Lamb, the book of life. It's been written in the book of life, if you're his. He's got documentation of it, that he chose you, or he appointed you to believe, appointed you to everlasting life, and gave you the gift of belief. Wow, what's going to happen after this into the everlasting life when we enter the eternal reign? No one knows. Will we receive free will then? Possibility. But one thing we got to realize is we're going to be Yahusha. We're going to be Yahuwah in the eternal reign. Say, oh, Mark, you're going crazy now. No, I'm not, because we're the body of Yahusha, and he's going to indwell his body. What do you think he's doing? He's building up his body, which means he's doing what? He's procreating himself. That's what he's doing. And we're going to be components in the body, and he's going to dwell us, means we're going to be Yahuwah. So what great and marvelous things are we going to encounter in the eternal reign? Well, I guarantee you one thing, it's not going to be anything like it is now. There will be no death. There will be no flesh and blood. There will be no sin. There will be no worms. There will be no evil. There will be no wickedness. Probably not even a remembrance of this carbon-copied world, this delusion that you're in. This is a delusion. This isn't reality. Snap out of it. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Wake up. Wake up. Come out of her, my people. Come out of that delusion.
Yahusha also said that, isn't it written that you are Elohim?
That's right. That's your destiny.
Oh, Mark, can you talk on that a little bit more? I'm familiar with it, but I would just love to hear what the Ruach's telling you right now.
What he's telling me right now is Yahuwah's love. Okay, it's the greatest force in the universe is love. Why? Because love is life. Okay, love is everlasting life. That's what love is. Okay, and so when he created us in his essence, okay, we were created as love. We were given life. Love is life. We were made by love, and so we are love. But when we fell, and through the centuries, we forgot who we are. People walk around their entire lifetime searching for themselves, not knowing that they're love, not understanding who they are and what they were made to be. You were made to be everlasting love and live in everlasting life, because love is life. And so since we are made in his essence and he's our father, that means we're his children of light, and he's the father of lights. That means we're his offspring. That means we come from him, so we are him. And some of you may have sons or daughters that look exactly like you, and people say, oh, he looks exactly like you, especially when you were little. Well, you look exactly like your father too. And you are made in his essence, which is love. Okay. And so you are Elohim because you come from Elohim, and you are going to return back to Elohim, and you are going to be Elohim because you're going to be his body. You are the living stones that are being laid and built up without hands, without the hands of the flesh. It's Yahuwah doing it. So he's building up his body. Okay. He's pruning. He's removing the stones that don't quite fit right, tossing it on the ground, picking up another one and placing it there that fits a little bit better. As he builds up his temple, his body, that he's going to live in forever, he's keeping track of that, how everything fits and how it all forms together. Okay. And then when he's done building up his body, not made by hands, the temple not made by hands, he's going to indwell it. And it's going to be lights out. Lights out at that point. Okay. And he's going to indwell us. So then if you're his body, you're him. Here I am, my being in my body, this fleshly vessel, this tent, this temporary tent is mine. It cannot be separated from my being. Otherwise, you wouldn't recognize me. So in other words, if Yahuwah put my being in Raul, you wouldn't recognize me, right? And it wouldn't be me. And so since this is my body and my being, this is me. Both being and body makes me, makes who Mark is, right? Same with Yahuwah. His being, his Ruach, and his body that he's going to indwell make him who he is. It's who he's going to dwell forever. Yahusha being the head. Yahusha is part of the body as well. He'll be the head. He's the high priest, which makes all of us who are components in the body, in the one body, priests. So since he's a priest, we're a priest, but he's the high priest. So he's the master of masters. He's the master over the masters, which are the priests. He's our high priest, the head. Okay, we're also kings because he's a king, we're a king. So we're kings, but guess what? He's the King of Kings. So he's our king. He rules over the kings, which is us, which is his chosen, which is his people, his body. It's what he's been after the whole time. He's creating a race of kings and priests for himself that he can indwell as one. It's what Adam and Kua was made to do. And they messed it up. I'm not going to go farther on that because we will be going on a tangent. So I'm going to stop right there. Any questions?
Yes. What does he want of us when we are part of him?
He wants to live through us. He wants to see through our eyes. He wants to hear through our ears. He wants to speak through our mouth. He wants to live through us. He wants you to submit and yield your life and die for your friend, which is him, just like he died for you and you're his friend. He wants you to return the favor. Hallelujah.
Also, in Paraclete,
Oh,
it also says the same thing, that you shall be Elohim, knowing good and evil.
Yeah, it does say that. The devil lied. Okay, he told Amankua, who was made to be a race for him, a nation for him. Okay, he lied to them. He said, that you certainly not die. And Yahuwah knows that the day you eat of the forbidden fruit, that you will be like him, knowing good and evil. And so the big lie was that they would be like Elohim. Well, they were already like Elohim. They were made in his essence. They were Elohim. Okay? Already. And so that was the lie. So when they ate the forbidden fruit, who did they become like? Not Elohim. They were already like Yahuwah. They became like the devil, the adversary. That's who they became like. And so now we walk in darkness. Men walked in darkness for 4 days, for 4,000 years, lost in darkness because they followed after the devil. They became like him. They became darkness like the devil, not like Elohim. They were already like Elohim.
And then we kind of repeated that behavior by then wanting more, like wanting a king over us when we, et cetera, et cetera. We repeated that over and over again, where instead of just trusting him, he gave us what we wanted, essentially, and it never ended up how we wanted it in the end. We would have been better off just following in his obedience and being obedient.
Yeah, that's very good. That's a perfect type or foreshadow for sure. Yeah, that's putting it literal. That's letting us see it literal rather than spiritual. So it would be a literal presentation. Yeah, good point, Josh. Anybody else? Any comments, questions, anything?
I kind of do think that we are literally like sons of Elohim, sons and daughters of Elohim, because also 2 Corinthians chapter 6 says that I shall be their father and they shall be my people or my children, or however you want to say, right? Because Yahweh himself said that I shall be their father.
Yes, Draz, we are literally his sons and daughters. We are the heirs of the Most High.
Yeah, we are his offspring because we came out of his bread of life.
Yeah, I mean, we were studying about that, I think, back in chapter 10, right? Be 10, what was that? Yeah. Remember that? Go to Yahukanon 10. We were studying about this. So it would be, let me see, start in, probably 30. And we'll read down from there. So Yahukanon 10, verse 30. It says, I and my Father are one. Again, the Yehudim picked up stones to stone him. Yahusha answered them, many good works I have shown you from my Father. Because of which of these works do you stone me? The Yehudim answered him, saying, we do not stone you for good work, but for blasphemy. And because you, being a man, make yourself Elohim. And Yahusha answered them, is it not written in your own Torah, I said you are Elohim? That's in Psalms 82. If he called them Elohim, to whom the word of Elohim came, and it is impossible for the scripture to be broken, do you say of him who the Father set apart and sent into the world, you are blaspheming because I said I am the son of Elohim? If I do not do the works of my Father, do not believe me. But if I do, though you do not believe me, believe the works, so that you know and believe that the Father is in me and I in him. And so he was saying, look, if I called you Elohim, okay, that's worse than for me to say I'm the son of Elohim. So what are you trying to kill me for? Or said you're Elohim. And I say I'm the son of Elohim. That's not as bad as saying you're Elohim. So what are you trying to kill me? You see? So even Yahusha says that you're Elohim. Okay, and that's if you want to go there to Psalms 82, that's where he says it. So go to Psalms 82.
They were so confused, they were tripping over their own lies.
You better believe it. And so it says here in Psalms 82, 6 and 7, this is Yahuwah now, I said, you are Elohim, and all of you are sons of the Most High. But as men, you die and fall as one of the heads. Arise, O Elohim. Calling him Elohim again. Arise, O Elohim. Judge the Eretz, for you shall possess all the nations. Sounds to me like you're going to be Yahuwah in the eternal reign. Go ahead, Sharon.
That's why I like this verse in 1 John 4:4, and it reads a little bit different than the other book, Holy Scriptures that I had. But this one says, where did it go? You are of Yahuwah, little children, and have overcome them, because he who is in you is greater than he who is in the world. Wow. Okay. So who else did he call greater? His Father. Yahusha called the Father greater, proving again, hey, that we are like him and we're a part of him. We're his seed. His seed.
And then John says, by this we know the ruach of the truth and the ruach of the delusion.
Okay, so what's the point here, folks? Answer. I got a question for you. So why, if we're Elohim, we're sons of Elohim, he's called us Elohim. Why are there those that are going to perish? Is he trying to destroy part of himself? Why are the unbelievers going to perish?
Well, doesn't Yahukanon say, like, for these all children of the devil and children of the Elohim manifested? In 1 Yahukanon chapter 3. It says that there are children of Satan, and then there are children of Elohim. So I don't know. It kind of seems like not everyone are the sons of the Most High, even though it says you are Elohim, sons of the Most High. But there are children manifest, of the devil.
Yeah.
Because ones are wicked and ones are righteous.
Right.
And then we know, like, for example, it says Matityahu chapter 13 verse 49 and 50, it says, so will it be at the end of the age, when the messengers shall separate the wicked amongst the righteous, and shall throw them into the furnace of fire, and there shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth.
Yeah. So we're acknowledging that some people are going to be destroyed, annihilated, right?
Yeah.
Why? If they're made in the essence of Yahuwah and they're loved and they're Elohim or sons of Elohim, why is he going to destroy them? They were obviously created by Yahuwah. Okay, they belong to Yahuwah, not the devil. They've just been assigned to the devil to perish with him. Why?
Well, there actually says, I think there's one book that actually connects with many are the called, but few chosen. It says that therefore there be many created, but only few shall be saved. Well, that's second Esdras, but
But why? There's no difference between humanity. He doesn't favor any flesh over other flesh. He only shows favor to belief, not over between humans. Go ahead, Sharon. It's a very simple answer.
It's for his esteem. It's always for his esteem.
Bam. That's all you got to say.
Yeah.
For his esteem, to esteem himself.
I don't know if this is right or wrong, but sometimes when I pray before I leave the house, I ask him to let me be a blessing, to esteem him, that I may be esteemed in his in whomever he puts in my path.
Yeah, it's all for his delight, isn't
He
it?
always puts somebody in my path. It's like, okay.
Yeah, it's for his esteem, to esteem himself, and is a reward for the faithful,
Yes.
steadfast believers. Okay, because you give eternal life, and those ones that don't get annihilated. So it's your reward for your good works. He says that your works is not going to go unrewarded. Okay, it may seem weird to us, but it's what Scripture says. Your good works will not go unrewarded.
It's kind of like if our souls were like a cell, or on our Father's flesh, but we're actually a light on our Father's flesh. I mean, on His form. And it's kind of like those who are not, they're just gonna flake off the light. There won't be any light because they can't join the light and being one with Him. Okay, I know I'm weird.
Well, light is life. Okay, darkness is death. Okay, it's kind of really that simple.
So there are children of life and children of death.
That's right. For His to esteem Him and to reward His children of light for being faithful. I think it's in Hebrew. Go to Hebrews 6. It's always alarming when you find this stuff actually written in Scripture, isn't it? So 6, 10. Yeah, 10. Hebrews 6:10. Well, we can go way off on this as well, but for Yahuwah is not unrighteous to forget your work and labor of love, which you have shown toward His name, and that you have attended to the Kadeshim and still attend.
I often think, Mark, that with all that went on in the heavens, I think that He wants to see who truly, out of all those that say, yeah, I'll go do it, I'll go do this for you, Abba. And then we come into these journeys and He wants to see who's faithful to Him and who's going to really follow Him and esteem Him. I believe that we were like light up there going, yeah, I'll do that, Abba. But it's kind of like that. There's a story where the one child was asked to do something. He said, yeah, I'll do it, and didn't do it. And then another child, the same family, was asked to do something. It's in the Word. I can't remember where it is right now. And he said, no, I don't want to do it. But he went out and did it. It just kind of reminded me of that.
Mm-hmm.
By attending to the Kodeshim, attended to the Kodeshim, what's he talking about, the Kodeshim? I mean, I know the Kodesh means set apart, right? But attended to the Kodeshim, what is that? What does he exactly mean by that?
We're servants of the body. Yeah. We serve the other body members.
So serving the body, attending to the Kodeshim.
Yeah, we attend and serve the body. We're servants of our brothers and sisters. We wash their feet. I mean, look over at Isaiah 14:3. Isaiah 14:3. And it shall be in the Yom, Yahuwah gives you rest from your sorrow and from your trouble in the hard service in which you were made to serve. See that? And then Daniel 12:11. Daniel 12:11 says, and from the time that which is continuous taken away, and the abomination that lays waste is set up, is 1209 days. That's not it. I got that confused. Let me see. Well, Matthew 24. Let's look at that. So Matthew 24. I know it's somewhere. Matthew 24:21. Maybe. For then there shall be a great distress, such as has not been since the beginning of the world until this time, no, nor ever will be. And if those days were not shortened, no flesh would be delivered, but the sake of the chosen ones, those days will be shortened. That's still not quite what I was looking for, but anyway, it's serving the body. Go ahead, Joshua.
Just was going to ask you, speaking while we're on Matthew 24 and 25 here.
Yeah.
If anyone then says to you, look here, this is 23. If anyone then says to you, look, here is the Mashiach, or there, do not believe, for false Mashiachs and false prophets shall arise, and they shall show great signs and wonders, so as to lead astray, if possible, even the chosen ones. So it seems like, this is something that a lot of people, we never talk about it. Like no one ever talks about it, but it appears that before anything, there's going to be false Mashiach. There's going to be, he says, Mashiachs. I mean, not just false prophets, but false Mashiachs. I mean, with an S as in plural. So it makes me wonder if it's concurrent false Mashiachs or if it's a bunch of false Mashiach, a bunch of different people claiming to be the Mashiach at the same time. You get what I'm saying? I'm just curious what your thoughts are on that. If it's like a false Mashiach and then another false Mashiach, or if it's a bunch of people claiming to be, the Mashiach or the body or whatever,
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, Mashiach means anointed,
right.
And that could be they anoint a priest is anointed, a sovereign, a king is anointed, so are they anti-Mashiach? Or do they have the anti-Mashiach spirit in them? And they're a type or foreshadow of Satan. Are they deceiving people to say that they are Yahusha, but they're saying that they're the J-man? And we've had that happen already,
Do you remember Yahusha said, if they say, here I am in the desert, don't go looking, for I'm not there. And I think everybody's so desperately looking for a Mashiach that they thought Biden was, they thought Obama was, they thought Trump was,
That's right. Yeah. So it's just, it's a delusion. That's what it is. Okay. So, there'll be more, there'll be not maybe all at once, but maybe as time progresses, it could become more than one, but the point that Yahusha is making is what we got to focus on. And so what's the point he's making there? He tells us what's going to happen at his return. Okay. There's going to be a sign, a great light in the sky. Okay.
From east to west.
Right. And then he's coming back as he left. He's coming back looking like he left, the same way he looked when he left. He's coming back
It makes
back down to the Mount of Olives where he left.
I'm just spitballing here, but it makes me wonder if there's going to be an anti-Mashiach or a false Mashiach that he doesn't come in the exact same. He comes in a way that tricks people, but not in the same way that Yahusha says he comes in. And that's how you're going to know, differentiate, because, I think the delusion would be really strong. You know what I mean? And people are going to think that it is the Mashiach, because of the things performed or whatever, the miracles performed or but it's the way he comes in is probably the most important information that we should know in regards to, and
That's the most important information for the Natsarim. For them, they don't. It's just going to be the name, okay? Because he's going to come back in that programmed name.
That's right.
They're going to, that name attracts them. It's like a magnet. It attracts the false, and so they're going to go after the name J-Man. Okay, for us, the signs of his coming is what's extremely important, because he's coming back down to where he ascended from, which was the Mount of Olives. Okay, the exact same place in the exact same fashion, but this time he's going to have an army of Malachim with him and the first resurrection group with him, his bride, as he comes down on the Mount of Olives on white horses from the east. So you can't mix that up.
And it's interesting that, he says, look, he's in the desert, and then look, he's in the inner rooms. So it looks like he knows that someone's going to be pointed out in the desert. Someone's going to be pointed out in a building or a castle or a temple, perhaps. I mean, the inner rooms. I mean, I don't know what it's speaking of.
The inner room of the third temple, physical temple built up on the set apart place, the abomination. Could be that. Because there's going to be a physical temple built up there, but guess what? It's not the temple of Yahuwah. It's the temple of Hashatan. That's what people don't understand.
The third temple.
Yeah. It's not. Yeah. We're the third temple spiritually.
Right.
Of Yahuwah.
Right. I agree. Okay?
Right. Third temple, physical temple, it's going to be built on up there. It's not going to be the third temple of Yahuwah, like the first and second temple was. It's going to be the temple of Hashatan. And the anti is going to go in there and proclaim to be Yahuwah, but he's not. And he's going to go by that J-Man, that program name, and people are going to be attracted to that.
Is the Ark of the Covenant in the wrong hands right now? Wouldn't the Ark of the Covenant have something to do with the third temple, the third temple being built, some form or fashion?
Yeah, they're going to have all the tools and furniture.
The Ark of the Covenant is not on the earth. It's been assimilated into the other dimension with Yahusha.
Spiritually, we're the Ark of the Covenant now. We carry around the Torah in our hearts. So we've become the Ark of the Covenant. Our bodies is the temple.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like in the third temple, they could bring out an Ark of the Covenant, right?
Look, they've already got everything over there now. They've got all the utensils they need. Yeah. They've got the Levites. They got the temple off-site, prefab. They have the cornerstone. They have the red heifers. They have the furniture. They have the utensils.
So then they'll resume the sacrificial system.
They're going to resume the sacrificial
system. It'll be an abomination, really.
Abomination of desolation. But what it truly is going to be is the temple of Hashatan, proclaiming to be Yahuwah. Right. It's just a big delusion. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just getting excited. I agree with everything.
Okay.
And everything that they have are just idols. Everything that they made, everything that they want are idols that are not of Abba.
It just seems like there's such a push. Like, so the other day, I was watching the TV, and when I was a kid, I used to watch this guy, Rob Schneider. He used to be in all kinds of comedy movies and stuff, and Jewish guy, But all of a sudden, he's coming out pro J-Man. He says, "Oh, well, yeah, I really believe in him, and this and that and the other." And like all these other people are coming out of the woodwork, supposedly, coming back to J-Man, And I just see it building. It just seems like there's a buildup now, there's a building up of, and people who were so against him are now for him. And it was like that was the lie all along, but I don't know. I'm just saying what I think. But
Cardi B also said it too. And then there was, I think recently it was Lil Nas X that was coming out with this new J something song. And he's like the J-Man on the cross on the video. And then or like it was like the preview for his video, and then it turns around and he turns into like some kind of a robotic looking angel. Like it's just crazy. And they said, wasn't he just worshiping Satan in the last video he did? So it was just.
I saw that. I actually saw that video. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, and then there's this. I just, I don't know, man. It just seems like all these people who are against him are now coming for him, and it's like the delusion is getting stronger and stronger, and people are clamoring for this, and now they're seeing these celebrities that they worship starting to turn to J-Man, and then it just
They're turning to the J man, but all at the same time they're flashing Satan signs.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, and they all wear crosses. All these people who are been doing all this satanic stuff this whole time, now they're wearing crosses.
Yeah, they do. Go ahead, Sharon.
Back in 2017, I don't know, the Father's always given me these dates and things. I'm a number person. And one of the things he gave me was in 2017, the J-Man is the Antichrist, and he is deceiving them in the churches. That's why we're not to have religions. We're not to have anything but his name and his commandments, and to walk out praising him. But that whole thing in 2017, I told Ike's cousin, I said that J-Man is the Antichrist, and everybody's going to be worshiping him. It's the spirit that also entered Judas. So, it's like he's showing you that, hey, it's not a May, it's another name that has nothing. It has nothing.
But what about the fact that he said that he shortened the days lest even the elect be, what was the word?
Deceived.
Deceived. Thank you. What about that?
But it's kind of impossible for the elect to be. I think it's impossible for the elect to be deceived because his seed remains.
Oh, hey, wait! You're going to get scripture because scripture clearly.
But he said, if possible, even the elect.
Yeah, but there are some that is deceived.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
sorry.
because Yahusha said,
And
I'm sorry.
even the elect can be deceived.
Okay.
It says the elect, there's some elect that will fall away, and the brotherhood's going to go after them, and they're going to bring some back, but others are going to be lost. It does say that, but here we're saying even the elect would be deceived. It continues on and says, and no flesh would be delivered if he didn't cut the time short. Not just the elect. He's saying no flesh, okay, because you're putting the elect in there. And so, yes, that means they can be deceived, and some will be, and some will fall away. But the whole point that he's making there is that we have to see is that totally destroys the rapture. Because why, if the elect's here, that means they're still here if he has to cut the day short. Why would he have to cut the day short if the elect had been raptured away? He wouldn't. He just let Satan go crazy. But he doesn't. He cuts Satan's day short, which proves there's no rapture. The elect will be here. Otherwise, why does he need to cut the day short? See what I'm saying? So that really debunks the rapture for sure.
Yeah, but Yahusha said, if possible, even the chosen ones.
Yeah, but he says that the people are going to follow. There's going to be a falling away, man, and they're going to be brought back by the brotherhood.
Is the falling away have to deal with the fact that people are going to experience and see terrible things that they never thought possible, and they're going to fall away from him because they can't, they're what's the word I'm looking for? I'm drawing a blank, but they're
expecting maybe.
Joshua, I believe the falling away is because they realize who they've been worshiping all this time. So that's why.
Context. It's context. Okay. It's all in context.
Come out of her, my people. Hey, what? Come out of where? Circus.
Come out of the world. Come out of the deception. This
Yeah,
is a
but
we're deceived. This is a delusion. Come
the
out of the
church,
delusion.
the church is
Come
the
out of
world.
the delusion into reality,
Yeah.
which is the spiritual realm.
Mm-hmm.
The copied world is a delusion. It's not real.
Yeah. We're to come to reality and quit living in the illusion that has no life in it at all. The illusion is made up fantasy and deceit and dirt and destruction and disintegrate is all Satan wants to do.
It
But
just
what will
stinks that
happen to the chosen ones when the sixth seal happens?
I think maybe Yahuwah will put a mark on his people, kind of like he said in Revelation. But because Hashatan has his own mark, and Yahuwah's mark is upon his people. Like we have the commandments on our heart, and his word is in our mind.
Oh yeah, also a protection promise in Psalms 91.
Yes, and I think the mark, Yahuwah's mark upon us, his name upon us, will be our protection.
Yeah, that's the seal. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that for you, Draz. I'm having a hard time remembering where that's at. But I'm looking. Anybody got anything to say?
Yeah, I was reading I'm reading 20 I'm in 24 Matthew 24:27. For as the lightning comes from the east and shines to the west, so also shall the coming of the Son of Adam be. And then there's a verse that says that Satan falls from the sky like lightning, doesn't he?
Yeah, he says, I saw Satan fall in as lightning. Yeah.
That's very interesting.
So, I mean, I guess that would happen first, is the lightning coming out of the sky would be Satan, unless it's symbolic of something. I mean, I don't know.
We could probably look up there in Matthew 24, probably verse 10.
Oh, okay. Let's check it out.
And it says, and then many shall stumble, and they shall deliver up one another, and shall hate one another. And many false prophets shall rise up and lead many astray. And because of the increase in lawlessness, the love of many shall become cold. But he who shall have endured to the end shall be delivered. So it's not what I was looking for, but it kind of hints to that when it says, and then many shall stumble. It has to be talking about you believers. So if the lost stumbled, what would that matter? See what I'm saying?
Isn't that about great falling away? Maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what
it's got something to do with the falling away, but then being brought back.
that's what I was saying about the falling away. Is it's something dealing with something that happens, and maybe it's something really bad that happens, and people lose their faith in Yahuwah or Yahushua, and that's the great falling away. Like something bad happens, and they're like, "Oh, okay." Well, they fall away out of fear or despair or whatever the case may be.
I think they fall away from their endurance. They go back into the world, start following the false Messiah or something. And again, it depends on context.
Ike has his hand up.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ike.
I just want to say the wisdom and knowledge that we just received 15, 20 minutes ago, it was real hard for me to stay inside my skin. It's like, wow, man. That's all I had to say. It's like, man, just amazing.
Stay inside my skin. Can't go
Okay,
yet.
we can look at that, Draz, to 1 Timothy 4. 1 Timothy 4:1. I still don't think this is what I'm looking for, but it's close. So 1 Timothy 4:1 says, but the Ruach distinctly says that in the later times some shall fall away from the belief. Okay.
Yeah.
So that shows you that some will, some believers will fall away. Still not what I'm quite looking for, because what I'm looking for says that some people are going to fall away, but they're going to be brought back by the other believers, and some will be brought back and stay steadfast, but others will not. They'll be lost. And I just can't remember where that's
So
at.
wait, isn't that in Daniel 12 where it says that there'll be many that lead many to righteousness? Is that what you mean, or?
No, but I mean that's hitting on it as well. It's probably in Revelations, you know what I mean? I just can't remember.
Yeah, I think it could be.
But anyways, it's there somewhere. Yeah, Ike, sometimes, when we read scripture, we find out things are in scripture. It's kind of astonishing. It kind of knocks us off our feet sometimes.
What specific part were you talking about, Ike? 15, 20 minutes ago.
Just where we were chosen from the beginning, our path. I mean, I just never looked at it like that, and it just, yeah. I mean, even right now, the Ruach is just moving.
I agree, man.
One of the things is our thoughts are not his thoughts are not our thoughts, but how'd it go? Our thoughts are his thoughts, and
our thoughts are not his thoughts. His thoughts are higher than our thoughts.
Yes, and his thoughts were 2,000 years ago that he puts into our hearts and minds today. Can you imagine forethought that many, many years ago?
So with us being chosen like that, all the life experiences that we went through, even in the world, he set that up. Is that correct?
Yeah, according to Isaiah 46:10, yeah.
So that just blows me away. It's like, wow.
Is that the part, Mark, where he says that he created the good and the evil? Isaiah 46:10. Is that it? Right? Yeah. Yeah. Because
but in the Dead Sea Scrolls, it actually says that he creates calamity. in the original Dead Sea Scrolls, Isaiah 45, it says, I create darkness, and I create calamity.
So,
But I guess like calamity and evil isn't that the same thing?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
so
I guess we can just use like both, like calamity and evil.
Yeah, it's a shocker when we find out that Yahuwah created everything. So what the Natsarim know is that Yahuwah and Yahuwah alone is self-existing. Okay, so before Yahuwah created anything at all, the only thing that existed was Yahuwah. That's it. Okay, there was nothing. There was no darkness. There was nothing. Just Yahuwah. Okay, and so when he decided he was going to share his life with others and create stuff, then everything else came from him and his thoughts and in his will. Everything, including darkness, including tenses, including infinity, including mathematics. Yahuwah is beyond infinity. Infinity falls somewhere between everlasting and everlasting. Okay, and so
there are people asking, but who created Yahuwah?
Well, Yahuwah did not create himself. Yahuwah was self-existing.
Yeah, but people have these kind of like infinite questions, like who created Yahuwah, and who this and who that and what this and how this came from and all that, like infinite questions.
Yeah, well, nobody created Yahuwah. He is the creator. Everything else is created by him. Nothing existed but him. And so when he chose to share life, guess what happened? When he created everything within himself. So Yahuwah becomes the perimeter of existence, or the perimeter of life. So nothing can exist outside of Yahuwah, because you can't exist on your own. He's the only one that has everlasting life. So everything was created in him, and he is in everything. Okay, nothing exists outside of Yahuwah. Why? Because anything that's outside the perimeter of life, or Yahuwah, is non-existence. It's what they call the outer darkness. It's an idiom, meaning it doesn't exist because it's outside of Yahuwah. It's outer darkness. It's non-existence. Everything is in him. If it's not, it doesn't exist. He made everything.
There's also in scripture, I think, like Acts and Job and Isaiah and all that, it says that he's sustainer of all life, and he gives life to all flesh.
That's right. He sustains everything.
I think it's somewhere in Acts. It also says that he gives life to all flesh, and without him, all flesh would just die.
Yeah, well, a lot of people they think that Yahuwah lives within his creation, in which he does. But what they fail to realize is all of his creation is in him, and he's in it, because he has to sustain it. Nothing can survive outside of Yahuwah. He's the life giver. Nothing else can provide life, just him. So apart from Yahuwah, you don't exist.
And in him is no darkness.
No.
Just
and
light.
So, yeah. And so if people think that he exists inside of his creation, it's totally wrong, because really it's his creation exists inside of him.
Yeah, he sustains everything.
Yeah, he's the perimeter of existence, man. There's nothing outside of him.
Go ahead.
Isn't that why when he was creating, that one of the first things he created, or he let be, was light? Because through the light, all life was able to have.
Yeah, well, that light was his body of light. It was the firstborn of all creation.
Yeah.
So the very first thing outside of himself that he created was a body for himself. So he set the perimeter of life with his light, with his body, the firstborn of all creation, the Word, Yahusha. Okay. The next thing he created was the Malachim. We know that because of Job. It says that the Malachim watched him create everything else, and they were singing and being clapping and being joyful, shouting as he created everything else. So they were definitely the second thing he created. And so then you got to ask, why did when he created, was everything spiritual? Why did he create the earth and everything and with carbon, with dirt, with clay? Why did he do that? Because he had the knowledge of the fall of man. That's why. He knew that his chosen would fall, and he created a place for them to fall too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? But it's just a temporary place. Yeah. And I'm not going to get real deep into that because it's a tangent that we'd have to stay on for about 5 hours. And
yeah, doesn't that go back to where he chose that to happen, though?
Yeah, we could say that. He planned it. We could say he planned it for sure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And why did he plan it? Well, because there's an opposition that exists with everything. Everything has an opposition to it. Name one thing and it's got an opposition. So in order to give eternal life and share eternity with someone else, with others, when he had to create, right? So when he created them, he knew that an opposition would exist. Because that's just the way it is. And so now he had to come up with a plan on how to destroy the opposition, but keep the creation that he wanted to share eternity with. In other words, light and darkness, right? We'll just say. And when he created light, the opposition came with that creation, which is darkness. He had to come up with a plan on how to get rid of darkness, but yet keep the light. Get rid of the opposition. And so he did. That's what he's doing.
Amazing.
He's going to eliminate the opposition at the end. In other words, there will be no darkness in the eternal reign. It won't even be a shadow. Okay.
And as
the light's going to
yeah.
The light's going to hit you 360 degrees, man. It's not going to
I'm sorry, I got earring delay. As we come out with Yahuwah and his word and what he's done, and as we continue to walk, that light from us will just blow people away. And they're going to want to know. They're going to know Yahuwah. You won't be able to walk anywhere without that Yahuwah's light just going everywhere.
That's happening now, right?
Yes, it is happening.
That's going back to what we were saying about Sharon and I would go to Walmart, which we don't like to anymore, but would walk in there and people would just look at us like, look at them nasty things, and just give us the dirtiest look.
Oh, wow.
And we looked at each other, it's like, what? Do we have something on us, or what's going on? So
funny.
I know the feeling.
Yeah.
I know the feeling. I'm going to put in here and declare to say that today's study is over. It's open mic session at this point, and I love everybody. Thanks for coming and studying, and I'll see you all next week. Open mic session starting right now.
Hey guys, thanks everybody. I'm out of here. You guys have a good weekend, and I'll see you next week.
Josh, I had that one verse that kept coming back to me about us walking on the ashes of those that don't exist anymore. And I don't know where it is. I think it's in Hosea, maybe. We walked on the ashes of those that are burnt, gone.
10,000 will die right or the right.
Oh, that's Psalm 91. Yeah, that's Psalm 91. But that verse about that those people would be walking on their ashes. So I mean, I don't see that he would even want any of that around in his new, renewed heaven, new earth. He don't want that, worms and all that kind of stuff around.
I wasn't referring to that. I was more referring to just the current time that we're in, as far as what's happening right now. But, I've been through a lot with all that, especially dealing with I know you don't know me, but I was on a kidney transplant list for over 5 years. waiting for a kidney, and they mandated something on me, you know what, and I was taken off the list because I wouldn't take it. So, you know, and then my dad, he was a nurse for 40 years, and he did do that because he wanted to keep his job, and he got crippled from that. He got transverse myelitis of the spine, and started going paralyzed below his waist. His legs started bubbling up. I mean, they called it pyoderma gangrenosum, so which has no known causes. So anyhow, I had to do all kinds of research. I had to search high and low as to what was going on, how I could save my dad. And I found a group of people online on another website who they were taking this and that and the other. I was really desperate because my dad was just laying. You know how a dog, you know how an old dog, you start to see it laying around all the time, and you know its time is up. You know, and my dad was doing the same thing. He was starting to just sleep all day, you know, and not do anything. And so luckily I found this one person. She's like, listen, I had the same thing as your dad. Here's what I did. And she got these 2 medications that were banned here in the United States that I had to order from a foreign country, which is, I'm not telling anyone to go do that, but I was in a desperate situation. I was willing to make that decision and take that risk. And I did, and it paid off. It cured him. And so it completely took away his transverse myelitis. Yes, that. But I got the human form. So
it actually is human form.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like
they make a big deal out of
they
it.
lie about everything.
But anyhow, that's what opened my mind to, you know, I know obviously in the internal realm, that's not going to happen, but I'm just talking about what's happening around us in relation to right now. And I just see that worm, that word worm. I mean, I know wormwood doesn't mean the worm. It's not referring to a worm, and I've seen the word worm in other situations, and it's just when the scriptures use a word, there's a reason behind it, you know. There's an etymology behind it. There's importance behind it, and I'm not saying that what I'm saying is correct, but I'm just pouring my heart out as far as to what I went through, and how it connects for me. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people think, oh, that's wild, that can't happen, but I'm not one of those people because I saw what happened to my father, so firsthand. So it's nothing against, and I don't want to give people, and I don't want to lead people astray or anything like that. I'm certainly don't want to do that. But I started looking at, you know, this Egyptian culture. You know, I started studying Egypt, you know, just to get into it, just to see what they believed in. And if you look at it, they all have, the one headdress has a worm coming out one side, a snake on the middle, and something else coming out the other side. I mean, there's all kinds of different symbolisms in Egypt that they used. I just thought it was, and the scriptures use the word worm, and the anti-parasitic is what saved my dad's life. So I'm just putting 2 and 2 together. I'm not really trying to come up with any kind of crazy conspiracy theory here, but the way the medication, I looked into how the medication worked. I looked and how it kills parasites, and it just seems obvious to me. But I get how other people who haven't been through that, they wouldn't think of that. You know what I mean? But what I saw is what I saw, and what I went through is what I went through. And I get amped up about it because it was pretty traumatic when I was going through it. You know, my dad, he couldn't dress himself, so I had to get up, dress himself, and he had this pyoderma gangrenosum of the left leg, so I had to do his wraps every morning and wrap it and do all kinds of stuff, and you know, that medication saved it. So it makes me iffy about what the thing is that went around a couple years ago, and it is what it is. But I also don't want to get too deep into it because I like this channel and I don't want to mess up Mark's thing here. So I try not to get too deep into it. But yeah, it's one of those things where it was like, it was life-changing for me. And in fact, probably one of the reasons why I'm sitting here right now is because that all happened. And that goes back to, you know, I believe that Yahuwah has everything set in motion. Like what Ike was just saying, like what happened to me and my dad, and was always going to happen, you know, and these things were set in motion long before it even came to fruition. So it's like
Mhm.
I have to remind myself of that sometimes, because when you're in it, it's pretty,
Yeah.
it's intense. You know, that's very intense to go through. To
Mhm.
watch your dad almost die, and then you're kicked off the transplant list, and I had plans to go back to work, and I was a service technician, so I was out fixing machines all day long, and I enjoyed doing it, and I made good money at it. Now I can't do it, you know. So it's just one of those things where, you know, I try not to get over amped up about it, but it's one of those things that just was pretty traumatic for me, to be honest.
Mhm.
Why can't you do it anymore, Josh?
Well, I mean, I'm on dialysis, so I'm on a machine. This machine, I'll show it to you guys later, but it's a machine that I'm attached to it for 10 hours a day. So doing dialysis. And even though I feel better, it makes me feel better. It's just, there's a lot of obviously side effects to dialysis. You're tired, you're fatigued. And listen, if I could go in for half a day and do that, I would do it. But they don't, you know, they want me to work full time because it's a busy industry, appliance repair. So I was doing HVAC and appliance repair, and and plus I have a catheter coming out of my stomach, so I have a belly tube.
Mhm.
So when you're a technician, you work on the floor a lot, and you have to roll around and things of that nature, and that's also gets in the way. So it's
I am so sorry. I didn't mean to be so
oh
intrusive.
no, I have no problem talking about it, but that was kind of the issue, you know, and it just you know, I can see a bigger picture here, you know, with everything that's involved, and I don't know, you know, and you know, I don't, but Mark is correct, you know, and we shouldn't say things that we don't know for sure what's going on. There is something to that, you know, and but so I try not to get too deep into it and just let the Most High take care of Yahuwah. Let him take care of it all, and sometimes I even have to remind myself to let that happen, because you know, otherwise I'll get amped up, you know. But no, I appreciate you guys having me around today, and I always enjoy your guys'. I literally look forward to this every week. This is the highlight of my week, so thank you for that.
Well, I
Hey,
saw
gosh, it's not you guys. It's you guys. You are us guys.
yeah, we're all one light. Josh, when I saw your face after you were hurting and I saw it, and I have heard of people with 4-stage kidneys actually healing. Okay. So I do a lot of listening and researching and asking all the 50 million questions. You probably think, Sharon, go do something, because I ask so many questions. But that NAC, NAC, it helps your liver, your heart. I mean, I can't even give you all that it does.
I actually,
Everything. I'm like,
I've
look
taken
it up.
it. I've taken it, and my dad took it too. At first, when I was trying to figure out what to get him better, I got him NAC. I got him all kinds of different things, and a lot of things like seem to help to a certain extent, you know. And I tried it for weeks and weeks and weeks, but ultimately that anti-parasitic is what did the job. But that NAC is no joke. You're right. You're right about that stuff. I've taken it.
Yeah, the
So
anti-parasitic is, if people realize, they gave that parasite to us when we were babies.
oh, I believe it.
They
I
gave it to,
believe it.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, I don't know the ins and outs of it or anything like that. I can just go by what happened in my life, you know. That's it. Like my firsthand experience. So when I say things, I never say them lightly or because I have a wild imagination or anything like that. I say it because I've seen something, and you know, that's what happened. But then you're right, the
Yeah.
NAC would help. And also as far as the kidneys healing, so I was born with what's called bilateral kidney dysplasia, which means one or two kidneys didn't form. So this kidney never formed to begin with. So I've been the doctors just let me live with it for 31 years. And I was showing bad symptoms the whole time. But for whatever reason, the medical science didn't catch up. You know, there wasn't a lot of people born like I was. So they didn't have a lot of science to back up or treatment for that matter. You know, they didn't even have any suggestions, you know. So I had a rare disorder, was born with bilateral kidney dysplasia. Usually people are born with unilateral kidney dysplasia, which is one kidney doesn't form and they still have the other one. Whereas in
Yes.
my case, the left side didn't form. The right side was just a little blob of tissue. Didn't even look like a kidney. And that's what I lived with for 31 years. And I had trouble in school. I had trouble concentrating. You know, I was always extremely irritable. Like people probably thought I was grumpy, but I'm really not. It's just a side effect of your blood not getting clean, you know? So
Yes.
and unfortunately, they don't test for toxins when they check your kidneys. They go by a test that's called GFR, which is a test that tests the protein in your urine. So it's not testing for toxin buildup, you know, or what toxins is filtering out and all that. I wish it did, because then we would have known a long time ago. But needless to say, the dialysis has been a blessing to me. I mean, it saved my life, really. I mean, for the first time in my life, I started feeling feelings I never felt before, because I was so overloaded with toxins that were breaking the blood-brain barrier and just causing all kinds of issues. And there's important hormones that the kidneys regulate, vitamin D levels, PTH. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. Your kidneys are very important, so take care of them.
Yes. Well, thank you for sharing that, because I think that mentally helps you, brother. I know that even when I was 5 months in the bed and I'd lost every muscle, the protein in my muscles was gone. It was probably starting to go after my organs, okay? And I would walk from one room to the next, and it's not that far with a chair. I had to sit down because I couldn't breathe. So, you know, I just went from one thing to another. But yes, I think that ivermectin is something you should do like every 6 months.
Which I do. I got a bunch of it.
Okay. You better get a bunch of it, because they don't want to help us. They want us gone. But
well, I was not even sure about it. I wasn't even, you know, I was very skeptical of something like that, you know, but
no,
I just, there was no refuting the results. There was no refuting it. My dad, to have his transverse myelitis clear up like that, and just everything that was involved. And this all took place over the period of a year and a half, you know, so it wasn't like an overnight success, but it really opened my eyes, and that's the way I feel. That's the backstory. It's but he's in control. Yahuwah is in control. I give everything I have to him. I do love him with all my heart, and I love learning and reading along and participating. I mean, that in itself is a blessing for me. I was never that type of person, so I never in a million years would I think I'd be doing this, you know. But not only am I doing it, but I love it. You know what I mean? I actually literally love it, and I like learning about the word, like, and getting into the details of the word. And so yeah, he whatever has happened, you could call it. The Ruach has come into me, whatever you want to call it. It's happened. It's real, and if it can happen to me, it can happen to anybody else. I feel, you know. So
thank you, Abba. Rosh was appointed for this time of your plan, because just giving, and we don't have a whole lot of time, but just thank him for that time you have with him to get to know him more, and he's coming. I'm so. I guess I get too overexcited. We just gotta have that immunah, that faith, to know that what he says is true, and that we're his. Oh, I just get so excited. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you know, before I used to
thank you.
Use my mind. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I want to hear more, because it helps you to heal.
I was just going to say that I used to try to think things, you know, think things through, and like, oh, this is different. Now I feel it, and it's a feeling rather than a thought, you know.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's really changed for me is I don't just think it anymore. I truly believe it. You know, it's a feeling. it's a belief, and I don't know if anybody can has that same feeling. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just nuts. But that's how.
I know exactly what you mean, Josh. I'm right there. In fact, I started to say something earlier today, and it wasn't really in place. But it's not so much that I actively think I love you and I am obeying you. It's just how I live now. It's not something that I actively think I'm going to obey because I love, but it's just who I am. It's every part of my being.
May I sing a song?
Yeah, and yeah, go ahead.
May I sing? Sorry to interrupt. May I sing a song?
Sure.
Have faith in Yahuwah. Have faith in Yahuwah. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. I said, have faith in Yahuwah. Have faith in Yahuwah. For Yahuwah is the healer. And if you have faith in Yahuwah, he will surely come through for you. So have faith in Yahuwah. Have faith in Yahuwah. For faith is the substance of things hoped for. So have faith in Yahuwah with all your heart. Just have faith in Yahuwah. Just have faith in Yahuwah. For faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Be blessed, family. Shabbat shalom.
Hey man, that was good. You sound like one of them singers from the 1930s or 40s. You know what I'm saying? He has got that voice.
Pray for me, brother.
I will send a prayer your way. But hey, Phyllis, like how you were saying that it's almost like our thoughts have gotten in the way. It's almost like my thoughts get in the way of how I feel sometimes. Like, how do I put this? We were talking about how we feel closer to Yahuwah now. It's just a feeling. Whereas now it's like, that's what kind of holds me back sometimes is my thoughts now, because my feeling is toward Yahuwah. So sometimes I overthink it, or my thoughts can be a hindrance sometimes to, how I feel. I don't know if that makes even a little bit of sense, but don't worry about it.
A little more explanation there, brother.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just blessed to be with Yahuwah and love him, and I'm just grateful. That's all. But anyway, I'm getting off, guys.
Okay.
I'll see you next week, okay?
All right.
Sure.
Love you, brother. Levi, I asked you to stay on so that I could make a suggestion to you. And I don't want to embarrass you, but you have a wonderfully expressive face. And I watch YouTube videos. I have my own channel, and I watch other YouTube videos to, just to see what's going on. And I watched several of these facial reactions. I forget, they're called comedy or reactions. And I thought, my goodness, any video that you wanted to do a facial reaction to, I just can't. You are so expressive. Your face is just a gift, and has to be a gift from Yahusha. Do you do it? Do you do any type of video at all?
Well, I've tried in the past, but it wasn't Yahuwah's will for me. We'll just say it that way.
Yeah.
I'm He made us all perfect. I'll just say it like this, and there's nothing any more special about me than the next person. It's just I guess I wear my heart on my sleeves, and I enjoy being in Yahuwah, in Yahusha, and I'm kind of like, the best way to say it is I'm a glass house. So what you see come out of me, what you see up at the skin level, is exactly what goes on inside me. So I'm very, very colorful, very, when it says we're made in His image, it comes to my surface very quickly.
That's exactly what would make you a wonderful YouTube presenter. You would just be. I would love it. I would love to watch any YouTube that you came up with to do. Just send me a message and let me know you've done it. Okay.
Well, it would be His will, not mine.
Okay.
I tried doing it in the past, and it wasn't going to work out. And as much as I tried it wasn't going nowhere. It's something that I've prayed about recently. Would I consider it? Yes, if it's His will. Right now, it's just, I guess I'm just trying to be still and know where He wants me in His will, and not trying to think for myself. I got a few people that I've been ministering to and been serving. Would be, well, minister and serve are basically synonyms of one another. So I'm just kind of doing what He leads me to do right now at the moment.
Well, that's wonderful. I love you and Yahusha, brother.
And I did want to have a talk with you about something. I was going to leave my number in the chat, and I was hoping that maybe I'd be able to talk to Lou. I want to talk to Mark as well here in the future. I don't know when, not necessarily on here about a few things, but nonetheless, I'll put my number in there if you'd want to. Not today.
Here's the best thing to do is to call during a weekday, and I'm telling you why, because, and this is just for those of us not to be spread around, but I'm going to have a biopsy on my lung day after tomorrow, and we really just don't know if we're going to have time to make a phone call. But if you call next week during the morning hours, chances are Lou will be available to talk to you. I would love to talk to you. Me personally, I would love to talk to you or any of you. Okay, so call 502.
Hold on a second.
Okay. But the reason we're on Eastern Standard Times, and we leave in the afternoons to go on errands when we're not running to doctors. Okay. So it's 502-261-9833. Anybody is welcome to call us here, and you might end up being on voicemail because we might be helping somebody else, but we're here to help, and we'll get back with everybody when we get a chance to.
502-261-9833.
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
Okay.
I will call next week early in the morning at some point in time.
Well, Monday, I'm sorry. Second day of the week, I'm going to be have the biopsy done. So make it one day after that.
I'll mention to you a little something. A friend of mine's father had terminal lung cancer, and they gave him 6 months to live. And he went to the elders of the tribe, and they put him on chaga tea. And he went back into the doctor 3 months later, and he was completely cured of his lung cancer. And I got about a pound and a half of chaga right here, right now, that I've been on, and it's amazing stuff. I don't know what's necessarily going on with you, but I recommend if you can get a hold of some chaga, buy some online, or maybe I could send some to you.
Is it CH? How do you spell that?
CHAGA.
GA. Okay. No, I'll look it up, and because I'll research it before I'll take anything like that. So I'll research it, but they're talking that it's in my lung, and they've been watching it for a year and a half now. But they said that there's this not chemotherapy. I've been on chemotherapy. I've done that and survived. They're talking about immunotherapy. That's what it is. And that I might be able to go on immunotherapy. Of course, it has its negative side effects too, but I did not mean to go on about it. We don't know. We've got to wait and see.
Right.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know, Phyllis, that I didn't know it until I ended up with heart racing and all this. Now it's a long story, but they said I had a node in my lungs too, but it has no effect. It's like it's just been there since I've been born. So sometimes, doctors can say things, and I'm not going to tell you not to do something, Phyllis, but sometimes it's like a lot of the science and doctors create this position for themselves. And that's where we got to come and say, yeah, I want your natural stuff.
I understand what you're saying, Sharon, but I've had breast cancer 3 times. And the last time I had it, the doctor, the oncologist said I was going to die. And all he could do was keep me alive, keep me comfortable while I was alive. And now that they're seeing these nodes that are growing in my lung, then they're saying that the chances are, so I better go have it.
Well, research NAC, because I'm telling you, and the dosages have to be like I'm taking 2,400 milligrams. Where when I was going through that cough way back when, I took 3 times a day, 600 milligrams. So the thing is you just have to research the effects of that. It's amino acid, and it's one that our body doesn't create. We create 10, but there's 10 more that we don't create. So check that out.
Okay.
I keep pressing me to go.
I wasn't even supposed to say. I wasn't supposed to say anything. Please forgive me for bringing this up. I wasn't.
Oh no!
I didn't mean to say.
That's what we're here. Compassion one another. We don't know what's going on. You know what the Father does, and we do.
I can't hear you. You're no. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. It's not good.
No, she's cutting out.
It's
now,
I think, sister.
Now we hear you.
Okay, well, I'm gonna get okay, can you hear me? We're gonna get going. I just wanted to let you know that that's what we're here for. We're family. I don't have family, I don't have anybody except this one behind me. But and I'm blessed. And how many things go on their lives or vice versa.
Can't hear you.
Oh my gosh.
Can't hear you.
Okay, well then we gotta go.
Okay.
Bye.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye. Shalom, sis.
Shalom. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
How do you go out?
Shabbat shalom, fam.
She's been having trouble. She's been having troubles off and on trying to stay connected.
Yeah. What I was gonna say, Brother Levi, if you did want to start a channel or you did want to start doing videos, like it took me a long time to like get to where I needed to be. Like when I first found Yahuwah and Yahusha and Brother Lou and Sister Phyllis, like it was like 5-6 years ago, and it was like I tried to start doing videos, but I was kind of all over the place in the books. But when I was making the videos, or I'd make a short video, but like I stopped for a bit, and then I waited a few more years until I learned a lot more, and then I started my channel up again, and it took me about 2 years to get 500 something subscribers. So it takes a while, but like it's worth it in the end, like because you get the message out to more people.
Right, Sister Kinsley. That's the important thing. Whether you have, if you have one person that's following along with you and you're reaching out to, that makes it worth it.
Yeah. I was excited when I got to 10, 20 subscribers. Every time I got to a new milestone, more people are hearing the word. Praise Yahuwah.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I don't know if I'm going to do it or not. It's something I've been praying about even before I found you guys here on this channel. It's something that I was praying about, and I don't know if that's going to be His will for me or not. I'm more than willing to do it. There's been some things that are on my heart and mind that I would like to talk to an elder or a couple elders about, and I don't necessarily want to put it live on one of our study groups or one of our fellowships here. And it's just, I've experienced so many amazing things in my life, and yes, I do want to share them, and I do want to reach people out there that are willing to hear, and I guess, direct them to Yahusha. And I've been doing it, I guess, hands-on, without the internet, without videos. I've been just doing it wherever I go in my walk with Yahusha. So yeah, I don't know. Time will tell. You're back, Josh?
And another thing, the more and more you do it, the more easier it'll get, and the more comfortable you'll get with doing it. And then like you'll find a rhythm, and you'll find like a way to like kind of like an outro and an intro, like a easy, like a kind of like a thing that you do on the regular, like for every video. And I always end now with a song, because I write a lot of songs for Yahuwah too.
I find it interesting. I've written a lot of songs to Yahusha myself too. I put them in my I'll call it a journal, and I've written quite a few psalms, I guess, and quite a few other things, I guess, between him and I personally. And I guess I wouldn't have a problem sharing them. In the past, I was when I was trying to put videos out there, one thing that was on my heart and mind was I wanted, say, like somebody else that I'd be able to sit and conversate with, that we'd be able to kind of work as a team, kind of like Yahusha put out people in pairs type thing. Me sitting by myself, speaking to, say, the camera, it'd be too much to follow along in the comments, so I could actually interact with people. So it would be nice to have another person that we'd be able to, well, when they're talking, I could look at comments and maybe respond to some questions or this, that, or the next. If it was just me doing it myself, it'd be almost way too much. Go ahead, Joshua.
I was in the shower just now. I'm thinking of how to explain it to Phyllis. What we were talking about earlier, when I was telling her about the feeling. And then you were like, no, I don't know what you're talking about, Josh. So I thought of it this way. It feels like a separation of spirit from the fleshly thoughts. If that makes sense. Like, whereas used to, it's like instead of thinking in fleshly ways, like, oh, I think Yahuwah exists. Now I feel it spiritually. and there's a separation between what I think and what I now feel. If that makes any more sense, but
Yes.
it just, I'm not as much in my fleshly ways of thinking as far as
Is okay. Now I understand. I learned something, especially from my husband, and I learn it, and I have head knowledge. I know this as a precinct, right? And then somebody will say, and all of a sudden, it's in my heart. Is that what you're referring to?
right, exactly. And
Got
like
it.
my thoughts now almost get in the way of that, to
Yep.
be in a way, because those are just fleshly, temporary thoughts. You know what I mean? Whereas what I feel now with the Yahuwah is more, it feels more spiritual. You know what I mean? So that's what I meant by that. Not that you can even, you may not feel the same way about that, but that's what I was getting to, was to make it a little more sense. But
I get that.
I had to let that out before I left. So
Okay, thank you.
get that in. All right, guys, have a good one.
All right. Mark, would you put that back up? I didn't get a chance to read it. Yes, Grateful in the Woods. I have had that same experience, but you know what? Even though you're not inspired, what you have to do is to keep a contact with your audience, because they're waiting to hear from you. Sister Kinsley knows what I'm talking about. You need to keep in contact with them, even if you just want to tell them that you don't know, and ask for help. I did that on one of my videos, and I asked for help, and I got 2 people responding.
Yep. Well, I tell you what, sisters, I'm going to eat some. I'm going to put some in my belly. I haven't eaten since this morning, very early this morning, and craving a little substance. So I guess I will see you guys this next Shabbat. And you have a blessed week.
Are we ready for the blessing?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Okay, hang on. Let me sit up straight. I've been lounging here.
You're telling us your secrets.
Yeah, I'm telling on myself now. Okay. Let me come in. Oh, there I am. Okay. Oh, it's. And Yahuwah spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron and his sons, saying, This is how you bless the children of Israel. Say to them, Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you shalom. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them. Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah. Hey, Mark,
Baruch
before you
haba
go,
b'shem Yahuwah.
I have to point out something. We never had to. You never had to leave and come back until just now.
I know.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Hallelujah.
Love you all.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
All right. See you next week.
See you next week.